Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Nerd Faces, the Doppelgänger Threat. I used to think that people didn't change much. It was a Tuesday. Mild, the kind of day where the sky was overcast but not threatening rain, the air holding that faint, damp smell of early spring thaw. I was walking home from the coffee shop, my hands wrapped around a warm cup, watching the steam curl up and disappear like smoke from an old chimney. The sidewalks were slick with the remains of a morning drizzle, and the trees along Maple Street were bare, their branches scratching at the gray sky. I passed by the old library, a building I'd been visiting since I was a kid. The windows were grimy, the stone facade rough and cold beneath my fingertips when I rested my hand against the wall. That day, I noticed a flicker of movement inside, just a shadow, or maybe the light caught the edge of a figure. I squinted, but there was nothing really there. Just someone sitting at a desk, I guessed, probably a volunteer or one of the aging librarians who had never quite retired. I shook my head and kept walking. Later, I met up with Sam at the usual cafe. Sam's been my closest friend for years, since college, really. We've shared more late-night talks, bad movies, and too many cups of coffee than I can count. But that afternoon, Sam seemed off. Not in a glaring way. It was subtle. The way he tilted his head before he answered my questions, the slight pause, like he was fishing for the right word instead of just saying what came naturally. His laugh sounded forced, like he was trying to imitate himself. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe Sam had a bad day. Maybe he was distracted. I don't know. But something about the way he looked at me, too steady, too deliberate, made my skin crawl. We sat by the window, the cafe filled with that familiar hum of chatter and the clinking of cups. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street. The scent of freshly baked bread drifted in from the bakery next door. Sam ordered his usual black coffee, but he sipped it like it was some foreign drink, barely tasting it. When I asked if he was okay, he smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "You're imagining things," I told myself again. That night, I lay awake listening to the creaks and groans of my apartment building settling in the cold. The radiator hissed softly, and the faint buzz of a street lamp outside spilled weak yellow light into the room. The quiet was too quiet. I kept replaying the conversation with Sam, the way he called me by my full name, something he never did, and the strange hesitation in his voice. The next morning, I went to meet Lily. Lily and I had worked together for years at the publishing house. She was sharp, quick-witted, always the first to notice when something was amiss in the office. But when I saw her in the lobby, she didn't wave or smile. She just stared at me, blinking slowly, like she wasn't sure who I was. "Hey," I said, stepping closer. "You okay?" She nodded, but her eyes didn't seem to focus. It was like looking at a photograph that had been overexposed, familiar, but washed out. I asked about the Johnson manuscript we were supposed to review that day. She glanced at her phone, then back at me. "We're behind schedule," she said flatly. No usual spark, no teasing tone. Even the way she held her coffee cup was different, her fingers wrapped tightly around it, knuckles white. I left the office feeling a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the kind you get when you know something's wrong, but you can't name what it is. I checked my phone, scrolling through messages from friends and colleagues. Nothing unusual. But now, every time I thought about Lily, I saw her standing there in that lobby, eyes unfocused, voice monotone. I tried to talk it down. Stress, fatigue, maybe I was just too tired. But that evening, I caught the news on TV, a local story about a man in a neighboring town who had been reported missing. The reporter mentioned that his disappearance was unusual. No notes, no calls, nothing. Just gone. I didn't know the man, but something about the story hit too close to home. The way the news anchor's eyes flicked away when she said his name, like she was uncomfortable. The way the camera lingered on his empty porch. Sleep was difficult after that. Every creak in the apartment sounded like a warning. Shadows seemed to hang heavier in the corners of my vision. I kept checking my phone, convinced I'd missed a message or a call. But there was nothing. The next day, I met Sam again. This time, the difference was even more pronounced. He spoke in clipped sentences, didn't smile once, and seemed to avoid eye contact. I asked if he was feeling all right, and he brushed me off, but the way he turned away felt like a door closing. I told myself to let it go. I didn't want to believe something was wrong, that maybe people I cared about were slipping away in ways I couldn't explain. But the small details kept piling up. The way Lily's handwriting had changed on that last note she left me. The way Sam's favorite expression had vanished from his vocabulary. The way their familiar warmth turned cold. On my way home that evening, I stopped at the corner store to pick up some milk. The bell above the door jingled, but the clerk didn't look up. Instead, he stared blankly at the register, fingers twitching nervously. I said hello, but he didn't respond, just nodded once, too quickly. Outside, the wind was sharper than usual, carrying the scent of wet leaves and something metallic, maybe rust, maybe something else. I wrapped my coat tighter and hurried down the street, glancing over my shoulder. Silence. Complete silence. Back in my apartment, I sat by the window, the city's lights flickering like distant stars. I tried to shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone or something had slipped behind the familiar faces in my life and was waiting, just out of reach. I know how that sounds. Paranoia, maybe. Stress. Too many late nights. But I couldn't shake the thought that the people I knew were changing, replaced by something else. Something that looked like them, talked like them, but wasn't them at all. I didn't know what it was yet, but I was starting to realize that I might be the only one who saw it. And that was a dangerous place to be. The next morning dragged itself into the room with the kind of gray light that made everything feel muted, like the city was holding its breath. I couldn't shake the feeling that my world was quietly unraveling, thread by thread. The idea that the people I trusted were slipping away, replaced by something else, something not quite human, settled in the pit of my stomach. I rubbed my temples and sat up, the rough fabric of my blanket scratching against my skin. Coffee seemed like a good idea, so I shuffled to the kitchen, the floor cold beneath my bare feet. The apartment smelled faintly of yesterday's rain leaking through the window seals and the faint mustiness of old books stacked unevenly on the shelf. I boiled water, the hiss of the kettle filling the silence, and flicked on the small radio. Static, then a crackle, then a voice reading the morning news, mundane and dull, until I caught a phrase about unexplained disappearances in the next town over. I grabbed my phone, fingers trembling slightly, and searched the news. Nothing new. No mention of anything out of the ordinary beyond a couple of missing persons cases that had gone cold weeks ago. Still, the timing gnawed at me. I needed to know more. I couldn't just sit here, waiting for the next strange moment to creep up on me. So I decided to start with the people closest to me, the ones who felt wrong in the back of my mind. First was Jenna. She'd been my friend since college, but lately, something about her had shifted. It wasn't anything dramatic. Just a small change in the way she smiled, like it was rehearsed. The other day, she called me by the wrong name once, a slip she apologized for, but what if it wasn't a slip at all? I texted her, keeping it casual. Coffee later? Her reply came quickly, a simple yes, but the way she typed, precise and clipped, made my skin crawl. By mid-afternoon, I was pacing outside the cafe where we'd agreed to meet, the wind tugging at the collar of my jacket. The smell of fresh bread from the bakery next door mixed with the faint aroma of diesel from passing buses. I spotted her instantly. Jenna sat alone at a corner table, stirring her coffee with slow, deliberate movements. She looked up when I approached, her eyes flickering too quickly to focus. "Hey," I said, sliding into the seat opposite her. "Hey," she replied, voice flat. We talked about nothing much: work, the weather, a new show she was watching. But beneath her words, I caught something else, a rehearsed politeness, like she was reciting lines from a script rather than talking to a friend. I tried to ask about her weekend, about anything really, but she dodged every question. Her gaze didn't hold mine, it flitted away, like she was searching for an escape. "Jenna, what's going on?" I finally blurted out. She blinked rapidly, then smiled too quickly. "Nothing. Just tired, I guess." But I wasn't buying it. I could feel it in the way her hands trembled slightly as she set down her cup, the faint tremor in her voice when she said tired. Afterward, I walked home faster than usual, the city noise suddenly overwhelming. The distant wail of a siren, the clatter of heels on pavement, the murmur of voices blending into a dull roar. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone watching me. Back in my apartment, I pulled out a notebook and started jotting down everything I remembered about Jenna, the way she used to laugh, the little quirks she had, the stories she told me over the years. I compared it to what I'd seen today. The differences were subtle, but they were there. I needed more evidence. The following day, I paid a visit to Mark, my childhood friend. He was supposed to meet me at the park, but when I arrived, he wasn't there. Instead, a man who looked exactly like him was sitting on the bench, scrolling through his phone. "Mark?" I called out, hesitating. He looked up, confusion flickering across his face, then smiled too brightly, too quickly. "Hey! I didn't see you there." Something was wrong. The eyes didn't match. Not quite. The way he held his phone, the way he shifted his weight off. "Where were you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Oh, just running some errands." "Got caught up," he replied, voice light but with an edge I couldn't place. I sat down next to him, heart thudding. "You don't seem like yourself." He laughed, a sound that didn't reach his eyes. "Maybe I'm just tired, like Jenna." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe the friend I'd known all my life was right there on that bench. But the tightness around his mouth, the flicker of something cold behind his gaze, it told a different story. I left the park with a knot of dread tightening in my chest. That night, I scoured the internet, looking for anything: news reports, forums, conspiracy theories that might explain what was happening. I found an obscure message board where people shared stories about strangers behaving oddly, friends acting like strangers, but nothing concrete. Still, the pattern was clear. People around me were changing. Or being changed. I called Jenna again, this time more urgent. She answered on the third ring, voice quieter than before. "Can we meet?" "I need to talk," I said. "Sure," she whispered. When we met, she confessed something that chilled me deeper than anything else so far. "I don't know who I am anymore," she said, eyes wide and unblinking. "It's like I've lost pieces of myself. Like someone else is in here, but I'm still trapped." Her hand shook as she spoke, and I noticed a faint scent of something like old paper and antiseptic lingering around her, as if she'd been somewhere sterile, somewhere she didn't want to be. "Have you told anyone else?" I asked. "No," she said quickly. "They think I'm crazy." I nodded, understanding perfectly. I was on the same path. The days that followed felt heavier, as if the city itself was pressing down on me. I started noticing other strange things: a neighbor who never answered the door, the same unfamiliar face popping up in the background of photos I'd taken months ago, the way my phone battery drained faster than it should. And then there was the call. At 2:13 a.m., my phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. Just one word: stop. I stared at the screen, breath shallow, the silence in my apartment suddenly deafening. Who was watching me? And how deep did this go? I knew I was running out of time, but I didn't know who to trust anymore. The silence in my apartment was suffocating. I stared at the message, willing it to make sense. Who could be watching me? Who could be sending these cryptic orders? My mind spun through possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. I wanted to delete the message, to pretend none of this was real. But I couldn't. I couldn't pretend anymore. The night dragged on around me. I checked my phone again. No new messages. No calls. Just the relentless, chilling quiet. Then, just as I was about to set the phone down, it buzzed once more. This time, a picture. It was a photo of my apartment building, taken from across the street. The angle was perfect. Someone was definitely watching. I could make out the flicker of a street lamp, the cracked sidewalk, a stray cat darting behind a parked car. And in the corner of the frame, a figure stood, indistinct but unmistakably human. I swallowed hard. Whoever it was, they knew where I lived. The city outside had shifted in my mind. I no longer saw it as a familiar backdrop, but as a sprawling maze with unseen dangers lurking in every corner. The neighbors who never answered their doors, the faces that flickered like shadows in my photographs, nothing was normal. Nothing was safe. I tried to remember the last time I'd seen Mark. The Mark I knew was gone. His smile had been too tight, his eyes too focused, like he was trying to remember something important but couldn't. I replayed every conversation, every glance. Had I missed something? Was he already replaced when I talked to him last? The thought made my skin crawl. The next morning, I woke with a pounding headache and a dry mouth, as if I'd been holding my breath all night. The sunlight felt harsh through the thin curtains, and I hesitated before opening my eyes. The city outside was waking up, indifferent to the storm swirling inside me. I needed answers. I couldn't go on waiting for strangers to decide my fate. I decided to visit Claire. She was the closest thing I had to an ally, the only other person who had shown signs of unease. Her apartment was 2 blocks away, on the 3rd floor of a brick building with a faded green door. The smell of rain-damp concrete mixed with something faintly floral greeted me as I climbed the stairs. She opened the door before I could knock, her face pale and drawn. The antiseptic scent from before was stronger now, almost clinical. She stepped aside silently, letting me in. "Did you get the message?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, pulling my phone from my pocket. "Yeah. I don't know what to do." She led me to her small kitchen, cluttered with half-empty coffee mugs and stacks of books. The air smelled faintly of burnt toast and something metallic, like old coins. "I found something," Claire said, pulling a folded piece of paper from her jacket pocket. "I've been keeping it hidden." The paper was a crude map of the neighborhood, with certain buildings circled and notes scribbled in the margins. Some names were crossed out, replaced by others I didn't recognize. "This," she said, tapping the map, "shows where they've been operating. Where people disappeared or replaced." My hands trembled as I scanned the names. Familiar streets, familiar buildings. The places I'd seen strangers lurking. The faces in my photos. "Do you think this is why they're watching us?" I asked, voice low. Claire hesitated. I think they want to control everything. People's lives, their memories. They erase you, then put someone else in your place. Someone who follows their rules. I shook my head. But why? What do they gain? She shrugged, but there was a grin set to her jaw. Power. Control. Maybe something else we don't understand yet. A sudden noise made us both jump. The window rattled against the frame, a cold breeze slipping inside. Outside, sirens wailed in the distance, urgent, but fading fast. We're running out of time, Claire said, eyes darting to the door. If they know we're onto them, they won't stop. I looked around her apartment. The walls felt closer, the air, cold and heavy with silence thicker. The city outside felt further away. My options were shrinking. We can't go to the police, I said, voice barely steady. They won't believe us. Claire nodded. I thought about that. They've probably infiltrated every system. We're on our own. The weight of that realization settled over me like a stone. No one else was coming to help. If I wanted to fight this, I had to do it alone or with Claire. I felt a strange mixture of dread and resolve. There was no turning back. I was already too deep. Too visible. Later that evening, as dusk bled into night, I wandered the streets, the map folded in my pocket like a secret lifeline. The city looked the same but felt different, hostile, watchful. Every shadow seemed to stretch toward me, every footstep echoed too close behind. At a small cafe near the corner, I spotted a face I recognized. It was Lena, my oldest friend, sitting alone at a window table. Her eyes met mine briefly, but there was no warmth in them, only a cold, calculating look. I approached cautiously. Lena? She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. You're coming along nicely with your theories, she said softly. But you're in over your head. A chill ran down my spine. Was this really her? Or the person she'd been replaced with? I'm just trying to understand, I said, swallowing the lump in my throat. She leaned closer, voice barely audible. Some truths aren't meant to be uncovered. Before I could respond, her phone buzzed. She glanced at it, then stood abruptly. I have to go. Be careful. She walked away quickly, leaving me with the taste of stale coffee and something else, something bitter, like regret or betrayal. I stood there, the city's noises swirling around me. The map in my pocket felt heavier than ever. I had crossed the line. There was no going back to ignorance, to safety, to the life I thought I knew. They were watching. Waiting. And I was the only one who could stop them. Or maybe I was just the next one to disappear. The night deepened, and the city swallowed me whole. I stood on the cracked sidewalk, the bitter aftertaste of stale coffee still heavy in my mouth. The streetlights flickered unevenly, casting long, wavering shadows that seemed to stretch toward me like grasping fingers. I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric rough and cold against my skin. My fingers trembled, not from the cold, but from the weight of what I was about to do next. I had crossed an invisible line, one I never wanted to see, but now I was stuck beyond it, staring into a darkness that didn't want to be looked at. I pulled the crumpled map from my pocket. The edges were frayed, the ink smudged where my sweaty fingers had gripped it too tightly. I traced a shaky line with my thumb, the route I'd pieced together from scraps of information and half-remembered conversations. Every street, every turn, every name scribbled in the margins was a thread in the tangled web I was trying desperately to unravel. And the more I learned, the less I understood. Or maybe I understood too much. The thought made my stomach twist. I looked up, scanning the crowd for familiar faces. But the people around me were strangers, none of them the friends I once knew. Or were they? Was I just seeing the same replacements everywhere? I blinked, trying to focus, but the edges of the world blurred. A dog barked sharply somewhere behind me, its voice slicing through the night air. The smell of damp concrete mixed with the faint scent of gasoline and something metallic like blood or rust. I shook the thought away. I had to keep moving. The woman's parting words haunted me as I made my way down the street. Be careful. I wanted to laugh bitterly. Careful? That word felt like a joke. I wasn't careful anymore. I was desperate. I pulled out my phone, eyes darting between the glowing screen and the shadowed streets. No new messages. No missed calls. Nothing. It was as if the world had gone silent around me. I wanted to reach out to someone, anyone who might still be real, but the line felt dead. I pressed the call button twice, then gave up. A sudden movement caught my eye, a figure slipping out from an alleyway, their face obscured by the brim of a hat. For a moment, they paused, just long enough for me to catch the glint of something sharp in their hand. Then they melted back into the darkness. My breath hitched. I scanned the alley, heart hammering. No one. Just an empty doorway yawning like a mouth waiting to swallow me whole. I shook my head. I had to keep going. If I stopped now, the darkness would win. The map led me toward a small cafe I hadn't noticed before, its windows dimly lit and fogged from the heat inside. I pushed the door open, the bell jingling softly above me. The smell of burnt coffee and sugar hit me like a punch. The place was nearly empty, just a tired-looking barista wiping down the counter and a man hunched over a newspaper in the corner. I took a seat near the window, the cold glass fogging under my touch. My hands still trembled. I wanted to ask the barista if she knew about the replacements, or the strange disappearances, or the people who weren't who they said they were. But the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I pulled out the map again, tracing the lines with renewed focus. The pins I'd marked, the notes I'd scribbled, they all pointed to the same area, a cluster of buildings on the edge of town where no one seemed to go. I remembered the woman had mentioned a place like that. Somewhere hidden. Somewhere dangerous. I glanced up. The barista was watching me, her eyes sharp and unreadable. She approached slowly, setting a cup of coffee in front of me without a word. "Thanks," I murmured, my voice hoarse. She nodded but didn't leave. Instead, she leaned in, lowering her voice to a whisper. "You're poking around where you shouldn't." The hairs on my neck prickled. "I just want to understand." She smiled, but it was thin and cold. "Understanding comes with a price. Are you ready to pay it?" I met her gaze, feeling the weight of the question settle over me like a dark cloud. My mind raced. Was this woman an ally or another piece of the puzzle? Could I trust her? I didn't know, but I couldn't turn back now. "I'm ready," I said, though my voice wavered. Her lips twitched, almost amused. "Good. Because they're already watching you." The words hit me like a slap. I swallowed hard, feeling the walls of the cafe close in. Outside, the night pressed against the windows like a living thing, thick and suffocating. I wanted to believe I was imagining it, that this was all some elaborate nightmare brought on by too much coffee and too little sleep. But deep down, I knew better. She leaned closer, voice barely above a breath. "Tomorrow, when the sun comes up, don't go out. Stay hidden. And if someone knocks on your door, don't answer." The caution in her tone was unmistakable. She was warning me, or maybe threatening me. I wasn't sure which. Before I could respond, the bell above the door jingled again. The barista's eyes flicked to the entrance, sharp and alert. I turned to see a tall man step inside, his face half hidden by the brim of a hat, not unlike the figure I'd glimpsed earlier. His eyes scanned the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, landing on me with a cold, calculating glare. The barista stiffened. "You need to leave," she hissed. The man took a slow step forward, voice low but clear. "She's coming with me." I stood up so fast I nearly knocked over the table. "No! You can't take me." His smile was a thin line. "You don't have a choice." Panic surged through me, sharp and scorching. I backed toward the door, heart pounding like a drum in my chest. The cafe felt suddenly smaller, the walls closing in with every breath I took. The man advanced, deliberate and unhurried, like he already owned this place and me. The barista grabbed my arm, her grip firm but urgent. "Listen to me," she whispered fiercely. "There's a way out. But you have to trust me." I hesitated. Did I have a choice? The man was closing the distance, his shadow swallowing the light around him. My fingers scraped against the rough plaster of the wall as I searched for something, anything, to hold on to. "Now," she said, tucking me toward the back door. The sudden rush of cold air hit me like a slap as we spilled onto the alley behind the cafe. The scent of garbage and damp earth was overwhelming, but I didn't care. We ran, the man's footsteps pounding behind us in a relentless echo. I glanced back. He was gaining. "Faster," the barista urged, voice sharp with fear. My lungs burned, each breath a jagged shard slicing through my chest. The alley twisted and turned, the uneven cobblestones slick beneath my feet. The city was quieter that evening. The wind had dropped, and the usual hum of distant traffic felt muted, almost hesitant. I stood outside my apartment building, the cool air settling heavily on my skin, the damp smell of rain lingering in the cracked pavement beneath my feet. I watched the street lamp flicker overhead, its dim glow casting shifting shadows on the wet asphalt. This place, my home, had become a stage for a nightmare I could barely grasp, yet it was real. All too real. I thought last night might break something loose, some crack in the silence that had swallowed every cry for help I'd sent out before. The evidence I'd gathered, the discrepancies in my friends' mannerisms, the way their memories slipped like sand through a sieve when I pressed them, was proof enough for me. But for the rest of the world? I was a ghost chasing shadows. When I got back inside, the apartment felt colder than usual. The usual clutter was in place, but it felt wrong. The coffee mug on the counter wasn't mine, even though it looked like it should be. There was a faint smell of something metallic, sharp, like the inside of a fridge that had been left open too long. I reached out and touched the mug's handle. It was smooth but lighter than I expected, like plastic disguised as ceramic. I pulled my hand back quickly, a shiver running down my spine. I sat down, pulling the laptop toward me. The files I collected were all here, photos, recordings, notes scribbled on scraps of paper. But now, I had to figure out what to do with them. Who would listen? Who could I trust? The phone rang. I jumped, heart stuttering. Caller ID showed unknown. I hesitated before answering. "Hello?" My voice sounded brittle. "Is this the person who's been asking about the replacements?" The voice was low, cautious. A woman's voice, but not one I recognized. "Yes," I said, fingers tightening around the phone. "Who is this?" "Someone who knows," she replied. "Meet me tomorrow. Cafe on 5th, near the library. Noon. Come alone." Before I could respond, the line went dead. I sat back, the chair creaking beneath me. I didn't feel relief, exactly. If anything, the weight in my chest deepened. Someone knew. Someone else was watching this, maybe even controlling it. But why? And what did they want from me? The next day, I arrived early at the cafe, the hum of espresso machines and clinking cups filling the air. The place smelled of roasted beans and baked bread, warm and oddly comforting. I chose a table near the window, my eyes flicking constantly to the door. Minutes passed. Then she appeared, mid-30s, dark hair pulled into a loose bun, eyes sharp but tired. She wore a heavy coat despite the mild spring day, like she was trying to hide herself from the world. She slid into the seat across from me without a word. "I don't have much time," she said, voice low enough to be private but urgent. "My name's Mara. I was in the same position you are." I frowned, surprise and suspicion swirling. "What do you mean?" "Replacements. They took my sister. Replaced her with one of those. Copies." I fought back, tried to warn people, but no one believed me. They never do. I swallowed hard. "How did you figure it out?" Mara's eyes darkened. "Small things." A phrase she never used. A look in her eyes that wasn't hers. I started watching, keeping records. Then I found them people who knew who did this. "Who?" I asked, voice barely a whisper. She shook her head. "I don't know all their names. It's a network, a system designed to erase and replace. The copies aren't perfect, but good enough to fool everyone but the closest people. They want control over information, over people's lives. It's not random." I clenched my fists. "And you want me to help you stop it?" She nodded. "We need proof. We need to expose them, show the world what's happening before they erase every last person we care about." Days blurred into nights as Mara and I worked together, piecing together patterns, tracking movements, cross-referencing names and places. We met in parks, back alleys, and cafes, always cautious, always watching. The city itself seemed complicit, its indifferent crowds and flickering streetlights a backdrop to our unraveling reality. One evening, Mara pulled out a folder thick with photos and documents. "Look at this." She spread them across the table. "These are people who've disappeared in the last 6 months, friends, coworkers, family. Everyone replaced." I stared at the faces, familiar and blurred, a gallery of stolen lives. "Why?" I whispered. "Control," Mara said. "Information control. They silence people who know too much or stand in the way. It's a slow, methodical plan." I thought about my friends, the way their smiles didn't reach their eyes anymore, the way memories twisted under questioning. I thought about the emptiness in my own reflection, the way I felt like I was fading, like the replacements were closing in on me too. It wasn't long before the pressure mounted. I began noticing unfamiliar eyes watching me from shadows, my phone buzzing with silent calls, emails with no sender. The world outside my window felt colder, the streets more threatening. One night, I woke to the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Slow. Deliberate. I held my breath, listening as the footsteps paused outside my door. Then a knock. Soft. Insistent. I didn't answer. The knock came again, sharper this time, then silence. I waited, heart pounding, until the footsteps faded down the hall. In the morning, my door was unlocked. Everything inside was untouched, but a single envelope lay on the floor. Inside was a note. "Stop digging, or you'll be next." Fear wrapped around me like a thick fog, but I couldn't stop. Not now. I sent the files Mara and I had gathered to a few trusted contacts, people I hoped might listen. I posted pieces of the truth online, careful to avoid detection. I spoke to anyone who would hear, even when they looked at me like I'd lost my mind. Then, as if to remind me how fragile my reality had become, my phone rang. This time, it was one of my closest friends, Sarah. Her voice was clipped, unfamiliar. "Can we meet?" she asked. I hesitated, but something in her tone stopped me from saying no. We met in the park, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows on the grass. She looked at me with eyes that held a secret I wasn't supposed to know. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "I wanted to warn you. They're coming for you next." Her hands trembled as she spoke, and I realized she was fighting to keep the person she once was alive beneath the surface. Story 2, Voices Beneath the Bark, Trees Speaking Code. I never expected trees to talk. I've been coming to this patch of forest for 3 weeks now, a remote corner tucked away from the usual hiking trails, where the trees grew taller and older, their roots knotted like ancient veins beneath the soil. The project was supposed to be straightforward, mapping the electrical signals trees used to communicate with each other underground. You'd think it'd be dull, a series of beeps and pulses captured by sensors I'd planted. Instead, I found something that didn't fit. This forest was different. The air felt thicker, almost heavy, even when the wind stirred the branches lightly above. The smell wasn't just pine and moss, but a strange mix of wet clay and something metallic. I caught it every time the breeze shifted, and it made the skin on the back of my neck prickle. I looked up from my tablet. The sun was still low, shafts of pale light slicing through the canopy, casting long shadows that made the underbrush look like it was shifting. A woodpecker tapped somewhere far off, its rhythm steady but out of place in the quiet morning. I tapped the screen again. The signal pattern had changed overnight. I'd been tracking the pulsing of roots exchanging chemical messages, but the new data was different, more complex. And then, just as I was packing up for the day, I thought I heard it. A voice. No, not quite. More like a whisper that fell between the rustling leaves and the creaking wood. It was soft, almost hesitant. Something like a name. Or a word. I froze. "Hello?" I said aloud, half expecting no answer. The forest replied with silence. I shook my head, laughing quietly to myself. "You're losing it, Harper," I muttered. But the feeling stayed, the lingering impression that the forest was trying to say something. Back at the cabin where I was staying, I spread my notes across the cluttered kitchen table. The place was small and musty, with faded wallpaper peeling at the corners and a persistent smell of damp wood that no amount of airing out could fix. I poured a cup of coffee, the bitter taste grounding me. Maybe I was overthinking it. After all, I had been alone here for days, surrounded by nothing but trees and the occasional call of a distant bird. Sleep had been patchy, nerves-frayed from staring at data that refused to make sense. Still, the signal changes gnawed at me. I pulled up the graphs on my laptop, zooming in on the last 24 hours. The patterns were erratic, almost like a code, but with a tonal quality I hadn't recorded before. I tapped a few keys, isolating the frequency bands. The closest analogy I could come up with was that the roots were mimicking sound waves, complex enough to resemble human speech rhythms. It sounded crazy. Impossible, even. Trees don't talk to people. They don't whisper names or guide footsteps. But what if they did? I remembered the old stories I'd heard growing up in the countryside about forests that spoke to lost hikers, leading them away from danger or towards safety. Folklore, sure. But sometimes, just sometimes, there's a grain of truth buried in superstition. I pulled on my jacket, grabbed my recorder, and headed back outside. The forest was quiet now, the sun higher but the air, cold and heavy with silence still damp and cool. My boots sank into the soft earth as I walked, the scent of pine sharp in my nostrils. I stopped at one of the sensor stations I'd set up near a cluster of old maples. Crouching down, I pressed the recorder's button and held it close to the ground. "Can you hear me?" I whispered, half joking. The recorder captured only the usual background sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a crow, the faint hum of insects. But then, as I was about to turn away, the playback on the device crackled faintly. A voice. Almost a whisper. "Follow." I blinked hard. No, I said, shaking my head. "That's just interference." But the words had been clear. "Follow." I looked around, heart ticking faster, the forest suddenly feeling less passive, less like a collection of trees and more like a living presence observing me. The path ahead was overgrown, barely visible through the thick underbrush. I hesitated. I knew the risks of wandering too far off the marked trails, getting lost, encountering unstable terrain, or worse, stumbling upon illegal logging operations or abandoned sites that could be dangerous. Still, the pull was there. A quiet insistence that made my feet move forward even as my mind screamed caution. I brushed past a low-hanging branch, the rough bark scratching my cheek. The taste of the forest, earthy, sharp, filled my mouth. I paused, listening. Nothing. Then, faintly, from deeper in the woods, another whisper. "Come." I swallowed hard. The logical part of me wanted to turn back. The scientist in me demanded evidence, repeatability, proof. But the part of me that had spent years chasing elusive patterns in nature whispered, "What if there's more here than anyone's seen?" I took a step forward. The forest seemed to lean in, the trees standing taller, their shadows stretching like fingers across the ground. The sound of roots shifting beneath the soil was almost audible now, a subtle vibration in the soles of my boots. I didn't know what I was walking into. I just knew I couldn't stop. My phone buzzed suddenly in my pocket, breaking the spell. I fumbled it out, heart still racing. A message from my colleague, Mara. Any luck with the root signals? I hesitated, fingers trembling. "Maybe. I'll call you later." I slid the phone back into my pocket and pressed onward, the whispers growing more distinct, the forest's message, whatever it was, pulling me deeper into the unknown. The forest hadn't let go of me. I shoved aside damp leaves and sat up, squinting through the mist. The air was thick, tasting of wet earth and pine resin. Somewhere nearby, a woodpecker hammered away, but it felt distant, as if the forest's pulse was something else altogether. A low vibration hummed faintly beneath the ground, almost comforting, almost threatening. I ran my fingers over the rough bark of a spruce, the spruce cool and sticky with sap. I could still hear it, soft, rhythmic, like a slow, deliberate heartbeat. I pulled out my recorder and headphones, eager to capture the signals again, this time with the sun as my ally. The forest had changed overnight. The roots beneath me, those invisible tendrils, were no longer just sending random pulses. They had started to form patterns. Something deliberate. I set up my equipment near the base of a cluster of oaks, their trunks thick and knotted like ancient sentinels. The recorder's microphone was pressed against the bark, and I tuned the receiver to the lowest frequencies that might pick up the subtle vibrations. The static crackled. Then, faintly, a sequence emerged, a series of pulses that, when translated, didn't match any usual plant communication I'd studied before. There were repetitions, pauses, and what sounded suspiciously like cadence. I frowned. Is this just interference? Is my brain playing tricks again? I whispered to myself. But the patterns were consistent, repeating every few minutes. I tapped a rhythm on the log beside me, comparing. The pulses shifted, almost as if responding. I pulled out my notebook, jotting down every detail. The forest had always been a web of life, but this was something else. The roots weren't just communicating, they were trying to direct me. To where? I wasn't sure yet. My phone buzzed again. Mara. I almost didn't answer, but the voice was a lifeline. Mara, I'm onto something. Not sure what yet. There was a pause on the other end. Meaning the trees are talking? Not exactly. More like mimicking. Human rhythms, speech patterns. It's subtle, but it's there. Her voice tightened. That's unsettling. Yeah, I agreed. I'm going deeper today. I need to trace this. See where it leads. A faint rustling caught my attention, leaves brushing, branches creaking. Something moved just beyond the line of sight. A figure? No, just a tear slipping away. But the unease lingered. The forest was quiet in a way it hadn't been before. Packing up, I followed the signals, letting the pulses guide my steps. The undergrowth grew denser, the air cooler and damper as I descended into a shallow ravine I hadn't seen on any map. The scent changed, to no longer just pine and moss, but something sharper, chemical. It burned the back of my throat, made my eyes water. I stopped short. The trees here were different. Their bark scarred, blackened in patches. The roots tangled with something unnatural, a slick, oily sheen coated the soil, glistening faintly in the dappled sunlight. My boots stuck slightly as I shifted weight. The ground smelled of decay and something metallic. I crouched down, heart thudding. The pulses beneath were frantic, agitated, almost desperate. I pulled out my portable spectrometer and scanned the soil. The readings spiked heavy metals, toxins I'd only read about in environmental disaster reports. This wasn't natural at all. I exhaled slowly, trying to steady my shaking hands. The forest was trying to tell me something. Something terrible had happened here, and it was buried beneath layers of roots and rot. I pulled out my phone again, hands trembling. Mara, you're not going to believe this. The line crackled. There's contamination. Heavy metals. Something's poisoning the soil. Where exactly? Her voice was taut now. Some ravine, off the usual trails. The trees are, I hesitated. They're reacting to it. The signals, they're warning me. There was a long silence. I'm on my way. I didn't want company. Not yet. But I knew she'd insist. As I stood, the forest seemed to close in tighter. Branches arched overhead like ribs, shadows pooling in the hollows between trunks. The whispers returned, but now they were unmistakably human. Help us. The words were soft, breathy, almost pleading. I spun around, heart hammering. No one. Just trees. Help us. Closer now. Clearer. I swallowed hard. My logical mind scrambled for explanations, a trick of the wind, an echo from a distant hiker, maybe even my own exhaustion. But the sound was too precise to dismiss. It was guiding me somewhere. The path ahead was overgrown, littered with fallen branches and thick mud. I hesitated. The thought of turning back flickered briefly in my mind, but the scientist in me demanded answers. I stepped forward. The ground beneath my feet felt unstable. Roots twisted like veins through the earth, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the voice. My boots sank a little deeper. A faint metallic tang coated my tongue. Then, just beyond a bend, I saw it. A rusted pipe, half buried, leaking a dark, oily sludge into the soil. Nearby, a faded sign, almost illegible. Property of Tarrington Chemical Corporation. The name hit me like a punch. Tarrington had been under scrutiny for years, rumors of illegal dumping, cover-ups, bribed officials. I'd hoped those were just whispers. But here it was. Proof. I crouched beside the pipe, the sickly sweet stench burning my nostrils. The forest's murmurs grew louder, more insistent. I pressed my palm to the soil, feeling the unnatural warmth radiate through the dirt. The trees weren't just alive. They were trapped in this slow poison, screaming in a language only now beginning to make sense. My phone buzzed again. Mara's voice, urgent and low. We need to document this. Full evidence. Tarrington can't bury it again. I nodded, though she couldn't see me. I'm going to keep going. There's more. The forest held its breath, waiting. And so did I. The air had thickened, heavier somehow, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Mara's voice buzzed again through the speaker. You sure you want to go deeper? I mean, this is already bad enough. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang lingering on my tongue. I have to. There's more out here. I can feel it. She hesitated. Just be careful. If you get caught, or worse. Worse? I interrupted softly, more to myself than her. I wasn't even sure what worse meant anymore. The forest's murmurs had shifted again, subtle now, but unmistakably human. Whispers threading through branches and leaves, coaxing me forward. I stood, brushing dirt from my knees, eyes scanning the dense shadows ahead. The trees bent slightly in the breeze, but the wind was still too still. That silence felt unnatural now, like a paused breath waiting to be exhaled. I took a step deeper into the woods, the underbrush crunching faintly beneath my boots. The path was no longer clear, swallowed by years of neglect and overgrowth. Each footfall pressed into damp moss and cracked leaves, the smell of rot rising with every movement. I caught myself listening for something, anything that didn't belong. The quiet was oppressive. As I moved forward, the forest's voice grew clearer, a low hum folding around me. It wasn't just the usual rustle of leaves or bird calls. It was language. Words, shaped by the tree's shifting root signals, mimicking human speech with eerie precision. I stopped, heart thudding unevenly. Follow. Find. The voice was a breath, a whisper carried on the wind. Truth waits. I blinked, questioning my sanity. Was my brain playing tricks after days of isolation and exhaustion? Or had the trees truly learned to speak? The idea seemed ridiculous, but the urgency was undeniable. The forest was guiding me somewhere deeper, darker. I pulled out my notebook, fingers trembling as I scribbled the words. Follow. Find. The undergrowth thickened, brambles clawing at my pants and ankles. I wove through them, muscles straining against the pole. The path narrowed until I found myself in a small clearing, the sky above a ragged patch of gray. There, half buried beneath a tangle of roots and vines, lay a concrete slab cracked and stained. I knelt beside it, brushing away debris to reveal faded lettering etched into the surface. Tarrington Chemical Research Facility. My stomach lurched. This wasn't just dumping ground. It was a site of active contamination. A secret buried beneath layers of earth and lies. I circled the slab, heart hammering. The forest's hum intensified, voices threading through the trees in overlapping patterns. Expose. Save. End it. The words weren't just commands, they were a plea. Just then, a snapping twig echoed behind me. I spun around, breath catching in my throat. The woods stretched empty, shadows shifting with the fading light. No one visible. A chill ran down my spine. I wasn't alone. I fumbled for my phone, hands slick with sweat. No signal. Of course. The deeper I went, the more isolated I became. The forest's voice softened, coaxing me forward again. But now, beneath the words, I sensed something else, watchfulness. I moved carefully, senses heightened, every rustle and crack setting my nerves on edge. Ahead, through a tangle of broken branches, I spotted a faint glow and irregular, artificial light. I approached cautiously, heart pounding. The clearing opened up to reveal a chain-link fence, rusted and sagging, enclosing a cluster of dilapidated buildings barely visible in the twilight. Graffiti marred the walls, warnings and threats half erased by time. A makeshift sign hung crookedly, no trespassing. Private property. I pressed my palm to the fence, cold metal biting into my skin. The forest's voice was nearly drowned out by the distant hum of machinery, generators, pumps. My mind raced. Who was still operating here? And why? Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, tall, lean, with hands shoved deep in a worn jacket. His eyes locked onto mine, sharp and unreadable. "You shouldn't be here," he said quietly, voice rough like gravel. I swallowed, the words caught in my throat. "I'm just researching." He laughed, a dry, humorless sound. "Carrington doesn't like visitors poking around." The trees around us seemed to lean in, their murmurs turning tense, urgent. I glanced back toward the forest, the line between wilderness and human interference blurring dangerously. The man stepped closer, gaze unyielding. "Turn back now. This place isn't safe for curious minds." But I couldn't. Not anymore. I shook my head. "There's something wrong here. I'm going to find out what." His eyes narrowed, and for a moment I saw something flicker. Fear? Anger? Both? "You don't know what you're messing with," he warned. "Once you cross this line, there's no going back." A cold wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it the scent of decay and spilled chemicals. The forest seemed to exhale, as if acknowledging my choice. I realized then that the path I'd followed, the voices, the sludge, the secrets beneath the soil, had led me to this point of no return. Turning away wasn't an option anymore. The forest had claimed me, and whatever lay hidden in Carrington's shadow would not be uncovered without a fight. I glanced once more at the rusted pipe leaking poison into the earth, the fading sign, the cracked concrete slab, and the looming fence. The truth was buried here, tangled in roots and lies. And I was standing right in the middle of it. "All right," I said, voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. "Show me." The man hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Follow me. But watch your step." As we crossed the threshold into the heart of the abandoned facility, the forest seemed to fall silent, the human voices fading back into the undercurrent of rustling leaves. The real danger was waiting inside. The air inside the building was thick, heavy with a stale, chemical tang that clung to my throat and made each breath feel like swallowing ash. I kept my eyes on the rusted pipe leaking that oily sludge into the soil outside, its dark, viscous trail a silent accusation. Now, inside, I realized the contamination wasn't just leaking, it was spreading. The walls were stained with grimy streaks I couldn't identify, and the weak overhead lights flickered erratically, casting long, jittery shadows that seemed to lean toward me like something waiting. Why didn't anyone stop this? I asked, voice barely more than a whisper, though the words felt too loud in the oppressive quiet. Tom shrugged, but the tension in his shoulders told a different story. Money talks. People looked the other way. His eyes darted to the side, like he expected someone or something to be listening. Tarrington's got power. He owns most of this forest, or at least what's left of it. Tarrington. The name had floated around in rumors back at the research station, whispered like a curse. A man who'd bought this land, promising development and jobs. But the reality was far less glamorous. The company's greed had turned this forest into a dumping ground for chemical waste, poisoning the trees, the soil, maybe even the water further downstream. We reached a heavy metal door, half-hinged and hanging open with a groan. Beyond it, a narrow stairwell descended into darkness. The faint hum of machinery echoed up from below, low and rhythmic, like a heartbeat. "You sure about this?" I asked, hesitating at the threshold. The cold smelled worse here, metallic and sharp, and I felt the prickling at the back of my neck that always comes before something goes wrong. Tom nodded. "It's the only place left. The source." I swallowed hard, the taste bitter and dry. My hands trembled as I flipped on my flashlight. The beam cut through the thick blackness, revealing walls slick with condensation and rust. Every step echoed, magnified by the hollow shaft. The sound was unnerving, like walking inside a giant's empty rib cage. Halfway down, I caught a faint, almost imperceptible sound, something like a voice, but blurred and fragmented. My pulse quickened. I shook my head, blaming the fatigue or the way my brain was scrambling to make patterns out of random noise. Still, the trees outside hadn't been wrong. The forest had been guiding me here. We reached the bottom and stepped into a vast, cavernous room filled with rusted tanks, broken pipes, and tangled wires hanging like vines. The air was colder, and the smell of chemicals was stronger, acrid enough to sting my eyes. Pools of dark liquid stained the cracked concrete floor. "This is it," Tom said, voice hollow. "The old processing plant. They dumped everything here when the company shut down." I knelt to examine one of the puddles, the surface oily and iridescent. It shimmered unnaturally under the flashlight, as if alive. My stomach clenched. "How long has it been leaking?" "Years," Tom replied grimly. Nobody cared. Nobody wanted to. Except the forest. The trees had tried to warn me, their altered signals a desperate cry I hadn't understood until now. But it wasn't just the forest. This place was a slow, creeping poison, and I was standing in its heart. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clang echoed from somewhere deeper in the plant. Tom stiffened. "Did you hear that?" I nodded, my breath catching. The sound repeated, an irregular tapping, like someone knocking, but uneven and frantic. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I scanned the shadows, the beam shaking slightly in my grip. "Who's there?" I called, voice steadier than I felt. No answer. Just a distant drip and the hum of forgotten machines. The silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. Tom motioned for me to follow. "Come on. We need to see the control room." We moved cautiously through the maze of rust and decay, the buildings seeming to close in around us. The walls groaned with age, and the floor shifted beneath my feet with every step. I kept catching glimpses of shapes in the corners of my vision, flickers of movement that vanished when I turned. A sudden clatter to my left made me jump. I swung the flashlight toward a collapsed shelf, where cans and broken glass spilled over the floor. "Just some debris," Tom said, though his voice lacked conviction. We pressed on, deeper into the bowels of the plant. The control room door hung ajar, revealing a tangle of wires and broken panels. But what caught my eye was the desk, covered in yellow papers and a flickering laptop screen still faintly glowing with life. I moved closer, heart hammering. The screen displayed a spreadsheet filled with chemical readings, levels of toxins, rates of leakage, and dates stretching over the past decade. The numbers were staggering. The contamination was far worse than I imagined. Then I saw the most chilling part, a series of emails, half-completed reports, warnings from scientists dismissed or buried, all addressed to a single name, Carrington. I felt my skin crawl. This wasn't just negligence. It was a cover-up. Tom's voice was low, almost a whisper. They knew. They knew everything and did nothing. I ran my fingers over the keyboard, the cold plastic biting into my skin. The evidence was here, and I had to get it out. But the question gnawed at me: if this truth got out, how far would they go to stop it? A sudden noise interrupted my thoughts, a soft, deliberate tapping from behind us. I spun around, flashlight beam slicing through the darkness. Nothing. Just the broken machinery and the oppressive silence. Someone's here, Tom said, voice tight. Maybe security? I muttered, though the building had been abandoned for years. Or worse, he said grimly. The temperature dropped noticeably, and the silence thickened again, as if the darkness itself was waiting. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my shaking hands. The forest's warning had led me here, but now the real danger wasn't the poison in the soil. It was what humans were willing to do to keep it hidden. We need to move, I said, swallowing the lump in my throat. Before whoever's here makes their next move. Tom nodded, already heading for the door. My flashlight flickered once, then died, plunging us into total blackness. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a whisper, not from the trees, but from the shadows around us. Leave. Now. The darkness pressed against my skin like a cold, damp blanket. Did you hear that? Tom's voice was barely more than a rasp. I nodded, swallowing hard, but what I wanted to say was that it wasn't just the voice. It was the way the silence shifted, as if the shadows were watching us, waiting to see what we'd do next. There was no wind, no rustle of leaves, only this suffocating stillness that made the hairs at the back of my neck prickle. Let's get out, I whispered. Slowly. We fumbled our way toward the door, hands brushing against the rough, peeling plaster of the building's interior walls, the smell of rot and rust thick between us. Outside, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The moon was a thin sliver, offering just enough light to see the tangled roots and broken branches beneath our feet. Every step felt like a betrayal, like the earth might give way or the trees might reach down and pull us under. Once we cleared the threshold, the oppressive silence fractured with the distant sound of a dog barking. Not the friendly kind, but sharp, urgent like a warning. I glanced back once, catching a glimpse of those broken machines, their rusted forms half swallowed by vines and moss. The place wasn't just abandoned. It was erased, or at least it was supposed to be. We didn't speak much on the way back to camp. The forest seemed different now, less alive and more like a wound. My mind replayed the images, the soil so poisoned it could never heal, the hidden dumping site, the machinery left to rot after the company's swift exit. And the voices. The trees, somehow mimicking human speech, guiding me deeper only to lead me here, to this secret that someone had fought so hard to bury. By the time we reached the clearing, dawn was bleeding through the treetops. The cold that had gripped me all night began to thaw, replaced by a numb exhaustion. I slumped onto a fallen log, tracing the rough bark with my fingertips, trying to anchor myself back in reality. Do you think they're still out there? Tom asked, glancing nervously toward the shadows we'd left behind. I shrugged, the weight of uncertainty settling over me heavier than the fatigue. I don't know. I hope not. But I didn't believe it. Whoever had warned us was still here. Watching. Waiting. And the forest's strange, fractured language, the way it had tried to communicate, felt like an unfinished sentence. A plea. Or a trap. Later that morning, back at the makeshift lab in my tent, I stared at the data again. The patterns in the root signals hadn't just mimicked human speech by chance. They were deliberate. Deliberately altered, almost like a coded message. It was as if the trees themselves were trying to tell me something urgent, something I hadn't fully grasped until that moment in the darkness. I tapped my fingers on the keyboard, the hum of the laptop the only sound breaking the stillness. The soil samples confirmed what I'd feared: toxic chemicals, heavy metals, and unknown compounds leaching into the ground and waterways. This wasn't just environmental negligence. It was a cover-up. And the company behind it wasn't gone. They were still here, hiding behind outdated permits and forgotten laws, willing to intimidate anyone who got too close. I reached for my notebook, scribbling down notes with a shaking hand, trying to piece together a timeline. The more I looked, the clearer it became. The forest's voices were warnings, echoes of damage and resistance. The roots, stressed and poisoned, had altered their chemical signals to mimic human speech patterns, a biological alarm system of sorts. Nature adapting, yes, but also desperate. Tom peered over my shoulder. "You think this could be enough evidence?" I wasn't sure. Maybe. But it's not just about proof. It's about what happens next. If we expose this. He nodded grimly. They'll fight back. I swallowed, tasting the bitter tang of fear mixed with resolve. This wasn't just an academic pursuit anymore. It was a fight for the forest's survival, and maybe our own. The days that followed were a blur of cautious phone calls, whispered meetings, and sleepless nights. I reached out to environmental groups, local journalists, anyone who might listen. The response was slow, cautious, understandable, considering the stakes. But the forest's message had already lodged itself deep inside me. I couldn't unhear the voices in the roots, the soft warnings carried on the wind. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the twisted metal, the stained earth, the silent sentinel trees bent not just by growth but by pain. I started walking the forest edges more often, tracing the boundaries where life struggled to reclaim what was lost. The birdsong was quieter now, the air heavier. I felt eyes on me sometimes, not from animals but from people. Private security, locals loyal to the company, or just strangers with too much to lose. One evening, as the sun dipped low and the sky turned to bruised purple, I found myself standing beneath a towering oak, its massive roots tangled in the poisoned soil. I pressed my palm against the rough bark, feeling the faint pulse of life beneath. The forest wasn't done yet. Neither was I. I'd come out here chasing patterns in the dirt, but what I found was something larger, scarier, and heartbreakingly human. The trees had tried to speak. I had to make sure someone finally listened. Weeks later, after reports went public and investigations began, the forest felt different. The machinery was fenced off, signs posted warning of contamination. Cleanup crews moved in, slow and methodical, like a hospital staff tending to a patient too long neglected. Tom and I returned once, under a pale spring sun. The air smelled faintly of pine and damp earth, but there was also something new, a cautious hope, like the soft green shoots pushing through the cracked soil. We didn't talk much on that walk. Words felt unnecessary. The forest was healing in its own stubborn way, and so were we. At the edge of the clearing, I paused and looked back toward the trees. Their whispers had faded, but the memory lingered, a reminder that even in silence, the earth speaks. And sometimes, if you listen closely enough, it tells you things you're not ready to hear. I reached down, touching a young sapling's smooth bark. It was fragile, yes, but full of promise. Maybe that was enough. Maybe it had to be. Story 3, Unseen Nights, Photographs of Forgotten Lives. The man at the dry cleaner's counter handed me a thin envelope, his eyes barely lifting from the register. I slipped the envelope into my coat pocket and stepped out onto the sidewalk. The air was chilly for late May, a dry cold that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I pulled my collar up and started walking, the bag swinging at my side. The familiar streets of my neighborhood unfolded around me, storefronts stretching into the distance with their faded signs and chipped paint. I passed a woman with wild gray hair pushing a shopping cart full of cans, her eyes fixed somewhere beyond me. She muttered something under her breath, or maybe I imagined it, and I kept walking. By the time I got home, the city noise had slipped into a dull hum. I unlocked the door, the cold metal biting into my palm, and stepped inside. The apartment smelled like stale coffee and dust, the kind of scent that clings to old books and forgotten corners. I dropped the bag on the kitchen table and peeled open the plastic. Inside was a stack of photographs, glossy and sharp, the kind you get from a photo booth or a hurried event photographer. I pulled the top photo free and blinked. There I was, smiling, mid-laugh, standing in a crowd at what looked like a party or a reception. The lighting was warm, amber-tinted. People around me wore fancy clothes, some holding glasses of wine or champagne. Except I had no memory of this night. No memory of that event. No memory of the dress I was wearing or the people beside me. The photograph felt like a puzzle piece that didn't belong. I flipped through the rest, each picture a fragment of a life I didn't recognize. In one, I was leaning against a bar, talking to a man whose face was blurred out. In another, I was at a gallery opening, holding a small plate of food, the background alive with abstract paintings and murmured conversations. The dates stamped on the backs didn't match my calendar or any recollection I had. I checked my phone for messages, notes, anything. Nothing. A slow, creeping unease settled over me. My hands trembled just a little as I set the photos down. I kept telling myself this had to be a mistake. Maybe someone had mixed up my name with someone else's. Or maybe these were staged, someone playing a cruel joke. But the face in the photos was unmistakably me. I stared at the wall clock. The second hand ticked steadily, louder than usual. The silence of the apartment pressed in around me. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but the thought of explaining this felt ridiculous. I wasn't the kind of person who disappeared into unknown social events. I had a routine, a quiet life. Or at least, I thought I did. That evening, I tried to distract myself. I boiled water for tea, the steam fogging the kitchen window, and opened a book. But the words blurred. My mind kept circling back to the photographs, to the strange sense that something was off, like a thread pulled loose in the fabric of my days. I checked my phone again. No new notifications. No emails. Just the usual reminders and a weather alert for the weekend. I set the phone face down, its cold glass like a mirror reflecting my own unsettled expression. Later, I sat by the window, watching the streetlights flicker on as dusk deepened. A cold draft slipped in through a cracked window pane, carrying the faint smell of rain and gasoline. I wrapped my arms around myself, the fabric of my sweater rough against my skin. The city seemed too big, too indifferent. I thought about the possibility of being watched, though I tried to push the idea away. Surveillance cameras were everywhere now, on street corners, outside buildings, even inside some shops. But the photos felt different. Personal. Intimate. Like someone had been following me closely, recording moments I'd never lived. A knock at the door startled me. I wasn't expecting anyone. I hesitated, heart thudding, and moved cautiously to the peephole. Nothing. No shadow, no figure. I opened the door a crack. The hallway was empty, the faint smell of damp paint lingering in the air, cold and heavy with silence. I leaned out, listening. Silence. Complete silence. I closed the door and locked it twice. The unease deepened, twisting in my stomach like a cold knot. I wanted to tell myself I was imagining things, that my memory was playing tricks. But the certainty was gone, replaced by a creeping suspicion that my own life was not entirely my own. That night, sleep came reluctantly. The city's distant hum faded, replaced by the sound of my own breathing and the occasional creak of the old building settling. I turned over in bed, feeling the weight of the unknown pressing down. I didn't know it yet, but this was the first crack in the mirror of my reality, and everything that followed would shatter what little certainty I had left. Morning arrived with a pale, hesitant light slipping through the curtains. Shadows stretched across the room like silent warnings. I stared at the ceiling, mind racing through fragmented memories and half-formed doubts. Somewhere deep inside, a question stirred, one I wasn't ready to face but couldn't ignore much longer. What if everything I believed was a lie? The next morning, the city's usual din seeped through the cracked window pane, a distant siren wailing, a garbage truck's clatter, the clench and release of a subway train passing underground. I forced myself up, the cool floor rough against my bare feet. The air smelled faintly of last night's rain and the stale musk of this old building. I needed more than gut feelings and shadowy suspicions. If my identity was being manipulated, I had to find something concrete. A thread to pull. I went to my laptop and booted it up. It whirred to life, the screen flickering briefly before settling on the desktop. I opened my email inbox, the usual clutter, but something caught my eye. An unread message from an address I didn't recognize. No subject. Just a single line inside, "Look closer. You're not who you think." No signature. I sat back, the chair creaking beneath me. Someone was playing a game, and the pieces were all around me. But who? And why? I started with the photographs. I opened the folder again, zooming in on the faces around me. None looked familiar, except for me. Yet, in every image, I was dressed differently, my hair styled in ways I'd never tried. One photo had me at some kind of gallery opening, standing beside a woman in red, laughing. I tried to remember her name, but the memory slipped through my fingers like smoke. I needed to know if these events were real or staged. I pulled up my calendar app, scrolling back through the last 2 years. Nothing. No record of those nights, no scheduled events, no reminders. My social media was equally barren, no posts, no check-ins, no comments. It was as if those nights, and the people I had been with, never existed to the world. Except in these pictures. I grabbed my phone and dialed the only person I trusted enough to ask, Maggie. She used to be my roommate until a few months ago when the lease ended. Maggie had a sharp mind and an eye for detail. If anyone could help me make sense of this, it was her. She picked up after 3 rings. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Do you have a minute?" "Sure." "What's going on?" Her tone was light but curious. I found some photos of me at events I don't remember attending. Like whole nights missing from my memory." There was a pause. Then, "Are you okay?" "This sounds serious." "I don't know. I'm just confused. Like someone's been messing with my life. Or my memories." Maggie's voice softened. "Come over. We can look at them together." 30 minutes later, I was in her cramped apartment, the smell of brewing coffee thick in the air. She sat cross-legged on the couch, laptop open, while I showed her the folder on my phone. She flipped through the images, brow furrowing. "These look legit. I mean, they're not doctored, not obviously. But the thing is, you're not in any posts or tagged anywhere else. No friends' pictures? Nothing." I checked. It's like the rest of the world didn't see me there. Maggie tapped a few keys. Let me try something. She pulled up a people search website, typed in my name, and scrolled through the results. Here's your basic info: address history, relatives, employment. Does this look right? Mostly. There were gaps: 6 months with no employment listed. 2 addresses I didn't recognize. I told her about the dates in the photos. She pulled up public event listings for those nights. Look at this, she said, pointing to a small, tucked-away art gallery hosting a jazz night the same evening as one of the photos. You're here, but no one else seems to remember you. I swallowed hard. That's what I mean. It's like I was erased. We spent hours digging through online archives, social media, even obscure forums where people posted pictures from local events. Sometimes, I caught glimpses of myself in the background. Other times, the faces near me were blurred or missing. It felt like someone was deliberately hiding my presence. When Maggie glanced up, the light from the screen flickered across her face. You think someone's watching you? I didn't answer. The thought was too heavy. I could almost feel it, the weight of unseen eyes tracking my every move. By late afternoon, I had to get home. The sky outside had lost its blue and turned a heavy gray, a low drizzle starting to fall. The streets were slick and shiny, reflecting the neon signs and streetlights. I pulled my jacket tighter, the damp chill sinking into my bones. Back in my apartment, I locked the door and drew the curtains. The familiar creaks and settling noises of the building felt different now, threatening, somehow. I paced the small space, running my fingers over the rough plaster walls, trying to anchor myself. Then, I noticed something odd. My laptop, left on the kitchen counter, had a faint glow on the screen. I hadn't touched it since this morning. When I approached, the screen displayed a strange message. Stop looking. My hands trembled. Who had been here? Was it Maggie? No, she was with me. Had someone broken in while I was gone? The apartment showed no sign of forced entry, but that meant nothing anymore. I sat down, heart thumping so loud it echoed in my ears. The message wasn't a joke. It was a warning. I thought about calling the police but hesitated. Would they believe me? What would I say? Someone is erasing my life, and they left me a note on my own laptop? It sounded insane. Instead, I unplugged the laptop and shut it down. Then, I did something I hadn't done before. I checked the corners of every room, every shadow. The faint smell of rain mixed with something else, metallic, almost like burnt plastic. I couldn't place it. That night, I barely slept. I kept imagining the silhouette of someone standing just outside my window, watching. Every creak, every distant footstep made me jump. The next day, I returned to Maggie's. She listened quietly as I told her about the message. Her eyes darkened. We need to be careful, she said. This isn't just about lost memories anymore. Someone wants to scare you off. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. I wanted to run away, to forget all of this, but that wasn't an option. Together, we made a plan. I'd start keeping a journal, noting everything I did and saw. Maggie would help me set up some basic security measures, cameras, alarms, the works. We even agreed to meet every day until I felt safe again. As I left her apartment, the sky had cleared, but the air still held that unsettling edge. I glanced over my shoulder more times than necessary. For the first time in years, I felt truly alone. Back home, I found a small envelope slipped under my door. No return address. I stared at it, the cold knot in my stomach twisting tighter. Who was taking these pictures? And why? The question hovered in the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, thick and suffocating. I was no longer just searching for answers. I was running out of time. The envelope was thin, almost weightless, but its presence on my doormat felt like a stone thrown into a quiet pond, ripples spreading fast, too fast. I hesitated before picking it up, fingers stiff against the cold. Outside, the streetlights flickered unevenly, casting long, jittery shadows that made the walls of the building seem to breathe. The air smelled faintly of rain, damp concrete, and something else, something metallic, sharp. I slipped the envelope inside and locked the door behind me, the click sounding louder than it should in the silent hall. My hands trembled, but I forced myself to sit down at the kitchen table, the fluorescent bulb buzzing overhead. The light made the edges of the envelope look sharper, more deliberate. I peeled it open slowly, like it might bite. Inside was a single photograph. Me, standing in front of a crowd, smiling, holding a drink. The date scribbled on the back was last month, 2 weeks ago, to be exact. But I had no memory of this event. None at all. Not even a vague sense that I'd been there. I stared at the photo, the way my eyes gleamed under the flash, and something cold slithered down my spine. The background was blurry, indistinct, but I recognized the venue. It was the same bar I passed every day on my way to work, the one with the peeling sign and sticky floors. I flipped the picture over again. Beneath the date, someone had written a message in neat, capital letters, "We're watching. Don't try to run." My breath hitched. I swallowed hard, the dry taste of panic crawling up my throat. The words were clear, but the threat felt deeper, like a pulse beneath my skin, slow and steady. Someone wanted me to know I was being watched, and I couldn't escape it. The phone buzzed on the table, making me jump. I grabbed it without thinking. Maggie's name flashed on the screen. I stared at it, fingers frozen, then answered. "Hey," I said, voice tighter than I meant. "Did you get it?" Maggie's voice was low, urgent. I swallowed. Yeah. The envelope. The photo. God. I thought so. Listen, you need to get out of there. Now. I called a friend, he's got a safe place. You can stay with him for a while. I shook my head, even though she couldn't see it. I can't just vanish. If they want to scare me off, running might make it worse. There was a long pause. Then, I know. But you can't stay there. Not after this. I looked around the kitchen, the chipped counter, the crooked clock, the faint smell of burnt toast lingering from this morning, and it all felt suddenly alien. Like the walls themselves were closing in. Where else would I go? I asked quietly. Anywhere but here. I pressed the phone tighter against my ear, trying to steady my voice. What about the cameras? The alarms? They'll help, but it's not enough. Whoever's doing this is good. They've already got access to your apartment, slipped the envelope under the door without you noticing. I swallowed again, the lump stubborn. So what do I do? Pack a bag. Now. I'm coming to get you. The line went dead before I could answer. I sat back, mind spinning, the photo burning a hole in my palm. My teeth bit into my lower lip until it ached. I thought about the events in those pictures, the ones I had no memory of, like dark puzzle pieces I couldn't fit together. How many more were out there? How many moments had been stolen from me, replaced with someone else's story? The room felt colder. The buzzing light overhead flickered again, and I rubbed my arms, wishing I could shake the chill. Minutes later, I heard footsteps in the hall. Not from outside, but from the apartment above. Slow, deliberate, like someone pacing. My heart slammed against my ribs. The building was supposed to be empty at this hour. I tiptoed to the window and peeked through the blinds. The street was deserted. No sign of Maggie or anyone else. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then a faint scraping noise, like chair legs dragged across a floor. I blinked hard. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe I was just tired. I turned back to the table and found the photograph face down. I didn't remember turning it over. The phone buzzed again. This time, a text message, "Don't trust anyone." I stared at the screen, breath shallow. The walls felt as though they were inching closer, squeezing. I thought about the places I could run to, but every option twisted into a dead end. My bank accounts, my IDs, even my phone, everything was traceable, linkable. This wasn't just stalking. It was control. They had mapped me out, reshaped my world. I realized, with a sinking weight, that I had already crossed a line. There was no undoing this. No safe retreat. The lock on my front door clicked. My breath hitched. No one had a key but me. I wasn't ready. The doorknob turned slowly. I pressed myself against the wall, heart hammering in my ears. The door creaked open just a crack. A shadow slid inside. "Who's there?" I whispered, voice barely steady. No answer. Just the sound of slow, deliberate breathing. The door opened wider. The silhouette stepped into the dim light. And I saw the face I'd never expected to see again. The face in the doorway was a ghost from a past I didn't remember living. Cold eyes, set too close, flickered with something unreadable. Recognition didn't bloom inside me, only a sharp, hollow dread that curled tight around my ribs. I pressed my back harder against the wall, careful not to make a sound, my fingers digging into the cracked plaster. "Why are you here?" I whispered, barely loud enough for the shadow to hear. No answer. Just that slow, deliberate breathing, like a predator savoring the moment before the strike. I tried to measure the distance between us, but the dim light made it impossible to judge. The smell hit me next, sharp, metallic, like the scent of old pennies mixed with damp concrete. It was faint but unmistakable. This wasn't a stranger wandering in by accident. The door shifted just a fraction. I could feel the air, cold and heavy with silence, move as the figure stepped further inside, the floorboards groaning under careful weight. My throat tightened. I wanted to ask who this was, what they wanted, but my voice dissolved into silence. I'd never been good with confrontations. This was something else entirely. The room felt smaller, the shadows growing longer. I could hear a distant dog barking, sharp and urgent, but it did nothing to break the stillness between us. I wanted to breathe, but my lungs refused. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but the door was behind me, closing off the only escape. "Look," the voice came, low and rough, "I'm not here to hurt you." The words were clipped, but there was a strange hesitation in them, as if the speaker was holding back something worse. The contrast between the threatening silence and this sudden attempt at calm felt like a cruel joke. "Who are you?" I managed, voice cracking like old paper. A pause. Then the figure stepped into the light. The face was familiar now, painfully so. Mark, my brother. Or someone who looked like him. But the Mark I remembered had died years ago, swallowed by a mess of drugs and bad choices. This wasn't the broken boy from my fading memories. This was something different. "You don't remember, do you?" he said, voice almost tender. "That's why I'm here." I shook my head, the room spinning slightly. "I don't understand. Why are you here? Why now?" He glanced around the room, eyes flicking to the scattered photographs on the floor. The ones I'd found, those strange images of me, smiling at parties I never attended. Because you've been living a lie. And it's about to end. His words hit me like a cold wave. I swallowed hard. What lie? Mark took a step closer, the floor creaking beneath him. You're not who you think you are, not entirely. Someone's been rewriting your story. Controlling it. Controlling you. I wanted to laugh. Or cry. Instead, my hands trembled so badly I had to grip the edge of the table to keep steady. Trust me, I was there. That's impossible. I'm me. I've lived my life. He shook his head, almost sadly. You've been edited badly. They erased parts of you, filled in blanks with their own versions. You don't remember because they don't want you to. The room felt colder. I could taste it, metallic and bitter, on the back of my tongue. My skin prickled, every nerve straining. I wanted to ask who they were, but the question stuck in my throat. Why tell me now? I whispered. Because it's too late. They're watching, and they won't stop. You're tangled in something far bigger than you realize. And if you don't act, you'll lose yourself completely. I swallowed again, trying to anchor myself. My eyes flicked to the window, but the street outside was empty except for the flickering street lamp casting strange shadows on the pavement. I could hear the distant murmur of a car engine, but it felt miles away. I don't know what to do, I admitted, voice barely audible. Mark's gaze hardened. Then start by trusting me. I'm the only one who can help. I wanted to believe him. Needed to desperately. But the weight of everything crashing down on me made my vision blur. Was this the brother I once knew? Or another fragment of the manipulation I'd been subjected to? The photographs, the messages, the people vanishing from my life, everything pointed to a conspiracy that was closing in. Why come back now? I asked, voice shaking. You left. You disappeared. His jaw tightened. Because they made me. Because I've been silenced too long. They tried to erase me like they're trying to erase you. The silence returned, thick and suffocating. My fingers dug into the table's worn surface, nails scratching the grain. I could hear my heartbeat, slow and heavy, pounding in my ears. The night stretched out before us, filled with impossible questions and no easy answers. Suddenly, a sharp noise from the hallway, the scrape of a shoe on tile. We both froze. The figure in the doorway tensed, muscles coiled. I felt a chill ripple down my spine. They're here, Mark said quietly. We don't have much time. My chest tightened. I wanted to run, to hide, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. The wall seemed to close in even more, the air thick with tension and the faint smell of dust and something else, fear. Where? I asked, voice barely a whisper. Everywhere, he said, stepping back into the shadows. You're not safe here. Not anymore. Before I could respond, the lights flickered violently, plunging the room into near darkness. The hum of electricity wavered, then steadied again, but the sudden blackout had thrown everything into chaos. My heart raced. In that split second, I glimpsed movement near the door, a figure silhouetted against the dim hallway light. Go, Mark urged, voice low but urgent. Now! I didn't hesitate. My body moved before my mind could catch up. I darted toward the back door, the rough wood cold beneath my fingertips as I yanked it open. Outside, the night air was sharp and biting, filled with the scent of wet leaves and distant rain. I swallowed the cold, sprinting into the darkness before the door could close behind me. Behind me, I heard Mark's voice call out, Don't look back. I didn't. The street swallowed me whole, the quiet broken only by the pounding of my feet and the relentless, invisible eyes watching from every shadow. The photographs, the lies, the brother returned from the dead, it all spiraled into a nightmare I wasn't sure I could wake from. But one thing was clear. I wasn't alone in this. And neither was the truth. Not yet. The light in my apartment had that tired, yellowish cast it always did just before midnight, the kind that made the peeling wallpaper look older than it was. I sat at my kitchen table, the photographs spread out like a trail of breadcrumbs leading back through a maze I didn't want to navigate anymore. The air smelled faintly of burnt coffee and damp cardboard, the stale remnants of my restless pacing earlier. Outside, the city had quieted down, save for the occasional scrape of tires on wet pavement and a dog barking somewhere far off, its voice sharp and lonely. I stared at the latest photo, edges curled, the image grainy but unmistakable. Me. At a gallery opening I had no memory of attending. The man beside me smiled, his hand lightly on my shoulder. He looked familiar, though I couldn't place him. I tried to convince myself it was just a look-alike, some mistake, until the date on the back matched a night I was sure I'd spent alone. I rubbed my eyes, the skin tight and raw. Maybe I was losing it. Or maybe I was just tired enough to see patterns where none existed. Still, the unease coiled tighter inside me, a cold knot I couldn't ignore. Last week, when I first found the photos, I thought they were a cruel joke. Someone messing with me, playing at my expense. But now, I was certain, someone had been manipulating pieces of my life, sewing in moments that weren't mine, editing my history like a film reel gone rogue. I didn't know why, and the not knowing gnawed at me worse than the fear. I reached for my phone, thumb hovering above the screen. Calling anyone felt pointless. My friends? They'd laughed off my concerns before. The police? I wasn't sure what I'd even say. Someone's making me live a life I don't remember. It sounded absurd. And yet, I needed answers, real ones. I decided to visit the gallery where the photo was taken. Maybe the staff would remember me, the real me. Or at least someone who could confirm I'd been there. I dressed quickly, the fabric of my shirt rough against my skin, and stepped out into the damp night. The cold air bit at my cheeks, sharp and unyielding. The city felt unfamiliar, like a stage rearranged overnight. The gallery was quiet, the lights dimmed for closing. A woman behind the desk looked up, startled by the late visitor. Her name tag read Mara. I showed her the photo. "Have you seen this man before?" I asked, voice steadier than I felt. She studied the image, brow furrowed. "This?" "Yes, he was here a lot around then." "But you, I don't recall seeing you." Her eyes searched mine, uncertain. "I was here that night," I said, but the words felt fragile. "At the opening. I have a photo with him." Mara shook her head slowly. "I'm sorry. I'd remember if you were here." The denial was colder than the night air. If I hadn't been at that gallery, then who was I in that photo? And who had been living that life? I left the gallery feeling more adrift than ever. My footsteps echoed hollowly as I wandered the streets, the damp pavement reflecting the scattered city lights. The night silence pressed close, heavy with the weight of unanswered questions. Back home, I scoured my email, my social media, anything that could anchor me. But the more I searched, the more I realized how little I controlled the narrative of my own existence. Profiles I'd never made, messages I'd never sent, events I'd supposedly attended, all stitched together by someone else's hand. The thought was suffocating. Then a message popped up on my phone from an unknown number. "Stop digging. You don't want to know." No signature. No hint of who it was. Just a warning. My hands trembled as I stared at the screen. Was this a threat? A plea? Or a cruel taunt? I deleted the message and sat back, the chair creaking beneath me. Silence. Complete silence. I realized then that the key wasn't in fighting shadows or chasing phantoms. It was in reclaiming what was mine memory by memory, piece by piece. Over the next few days, I began to rebuild. I contacted old friends, the ones I trusted, those who knew the real me before the fog of this nightmare had settled. Some remembered small things, shared lunches, a favorite book, a joke told over coffee. Not the fabricated life the photos suggested, but my actual past. It was slow, exhausting, but grounding. One evening, as rain pattered softly against my window, I found a sealed envelope slipped under my door. Inside was a single photograph of me, standing alone on a crowded street corner, looking lost. On the back, in neat handwriting, "This is who you are." For the first time in weeks, I allowed myself a small, uncertain smile. The photo was grainy, like the others, but something about it felt honest. No smiling companions, no staged settings, just a man caught in a moment. I realized I couldn't control what others had done to my image, but I could choose what to believe about myself. And that was enough. I turned off the lights, the apartment settling into quiet. The rough plaster of the walls no longer seemed so oppressive. There was a faint scent of rain, fresh and clean, drifting through the cracked window. Tomorrow, I would face the world again, not the world someone else had scripted for me, but the one I still had a chance to write. I lay back on the mattress, the sheets cool and crisp against my skin. The city's distant hum softened into a lullaby. My thoughts drifted, no longer tangled in webs but slowly unraveling into clarity. I didn't know what lay ahead, but I knew this. I was no longer a ghost in my own life. I was here. I was real. And that was the beginning. Story 4, Missed Flight, Altered Arrival, a journey into the unfamiliar. I missed my flight. The airport was a blur of muted announcements, rolling luggage wheels, and the faint scent of stale coffee mixed with cleaning chemicals. I remember the sticky heat beneath the fluorescent lights, the kind that clings to your skin even when you're inside. My hands trembled as I checked my watch again, then my phone, then the gate agents who had already turned their backs, busy with the next boarding group. I could have taken the earlier flight, the one I'd booked originally, but something about the delay on the plane's arrival made me decide to wait for the later one. I told myself it was practical, but I think I just wanted to avoid the cramped space, the recycled air. Funny how choosing one thing over another feels so trivial until it's not. By the time I made it to the desk to rebook, the only available flight left was hours later, a red-eye leaving in the dead of night, a different airline, a different route entirely. I nodded at the agent's polite, rehearsed smile and accepted the boarding pass without looking at the destination. Not yet. The lounge was nearly empty. Mostly business travelers slumped over laptops or glued to phones. I sank into a worn leather chair, the kind that still smelled faintly of cigarette smoke despite the no smoking signs. Outside, rain tapped a steady rhythm against the glass, the sky a bruised gray. The city beyond the airport looked tired, too, as if it shared my mood. I tried to settle in with a book, but the words blurred. My mind kept circling back to what I'd left behind, my apartment, the half-packed suitcase, the dinner plans I'd canceled. The screen on my phone blinked with messages I didn't want to answer. I was tired, but the kind that sleep doesn't fix. Restless, waiting. When the boarding call finally came, I stood and stretched, feeling the stiffness in my legs. The plane was smaller than I expected, narrow aisles and dim lighting that hummed softly overhead. I found my seat by the window and watched the storm outside as we taxied toward the runway. The rain streaked the glass, blurring the world into watercolor streaks of light and shadow. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine the places I was supposed to visit, the cobblestone streets, the bustling markets, the quiet corners of cafes where I'd sip coffee and watch people pass. But the images felt hazy, like dreams slipping away before morning. When we landed, the air was warmer, heavier. The airport smelled different, unfamiliar but not unpleasant. The signs were in a language I didn't recognize at first glance, curved letters and symbols that made me squint. I chalked it up to jet lag or fatigue. Outside, the city pulsed with life under the streetlights. The pavement was slick, reflecting neon signs that flickered intermittently. I caught a whiff of something sharp, spices maybe, or exhaust, and the distant murmur of voices tarried on the humid air. It felt alive, but not quite right. I hailed a taxi, or at least what looked like one. The driver said something in that same strange language, his eyes scanning me with a flicker of suspicion or curiosity, I couldn't tell which. I nodded, hoping my tentative smile would bridge the gap. The car smelled faintly of old leather and something sweet, like vanilla. The ride was slow. The streets twisted in ways I didn't expect, turning corners that felt too tight, lined with buildings that seemed familiar but subtly off, windows too tall, doors too narrow, a street lamp that buzzed and flickered like it was on its last legs. I tried to focus on details, as if naming them could anchor me to reality. At one point, the driver glanced at me through the rearview mirror, his expression unreadable. "You're not from here?" His accent was thick, but the words were clear enough. "No," I said. "Just arrived." He didn't press further, but the silence stretched long between us. Outside, a group of people passed by, laughing in a way that sounded forced, their faces unfamiliar but oddly symmetrical, like actors in a play I hadn't been cast in. When the taxi stopped in front of my hotel, the lobby felt like a stage set. The receptionist's smile was too wide, the decor a strange mix of styles that clashed rather than complemented. I handed over my passport, but when she looked at it, a flicker of confusion crossed her face before she masked it. "Room 312, she said in clipped English, sliding the key card across the counter. The elevator ride was quiet except for the soft ding at each floor. The hallways smelled faintly of disinfectant and something floral, maybe jasmine. My room was small, the bed neatly made, a single lamp casting a pool of yellow light against the pale walls. I unpacked slowly, pulling out my toiletries, my clean clothes, the book I'd brought along. But something nagged at me, a subtle wrongness I couldn't place. I checked my phone. No signal. The clock on the bedside table was off by several hours. I reset it, but it blinked back at me, stubbornly refusing to stay. I stood by the window, looking out over the city. The streets below were quiet, but shadows moved just beyond the reach of light. A dog barked somewhere far off, sharp and sudden. The air was thick, warm against my skin, and the night smelled of rain and something else, something metallic, faint but persistent. I tried to call my sister, to hear a familiar voice, but the line was dead. Texts went unanswered. I told myself it was just a bad connection. I told myself I was being paranoid. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching, waiting. Not from the dark corners or the empty streets, but from the spaces in between, those moments when the world seemed to hold its breath, and the familiar slipped just out of reach. I pulled the curtains closed and sat on the edge of the bed, the soft hum of the air conditioner filling the silence. My hands were steady now, but my thoughts raced. I remembered the missed flight, the strange faces, the alien words, the flickering street lamp. I tried to make sense of it, but the pieces wouldn't fit. The city outside was alive yet hollow, a mirror reflecting something I couldn't quite see. And then a knock came at the door. 2 soft taps. Polite, deliberate. I froze. The knock came again. I stood, muscles tight, and edged toward the door, each step careful, deliberate. The hallway beyond was dim, the single bulb in the ceiling casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the cracked plaster. I pressed my ear to the door. No words. Just silence, except for the soft patter of rain and something heavier, something steady and unyielding, just beyond the threshold. "Who's there?" My voice was low, barely more than a whisper. No answer. I forced the lock open, the rusted mechanism creaking in protest. The hallway was empty. The faint buzz of a fluorescent light hummed overhead, flickering in a rhythm that made me dizzy. I stepped out, heart jittering like a trapped bird. The building's old wood floor groaned under my weight. I started down the hall, eyes searching the shadows, the corners where the light didn't quite reach. Nothing. I rounded the next bend and stopped. A small envelope lay on the floor, just beyond the threshold of a door a few meters away. The paper was yellowed, edges curling like dead leaves. I knelt, fingers trembling, and picked it up. No stamp, no address. Just my name scrawled in a handwriting that was both familiar and strange, too neat, too deliberate. Inside was a single sheet, folded twice. "You're not supposed to be here. Stop looking." The words felt like cold water spilled over my skin. I folded the note carefully, tucked it into my pocket, and hurried back to my room, locking the door behind me. The rain had shifted to a heavier fall, a steady drumming that filled the silence. Sleep was impossible. I lay on the bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling, the note burning a hole in my thoughts. The strange faces, the altered signs, the dead phone line, everything was tightening around me like a noose. Morning came slow and gray. I woke to the sound of my phone buzzing once, twice, then silence. No messages. I stared at the screen, willing it to light up with something real, a text from my sister, a familiar voice. Nothing. The metallic scent lingered, faint but persistent, like a ghost I couldn't shake. I needed answers. I couldn't keep wandering through this fog of uncertainty. The city outside didn't help. Streets I recognized twisted into unfamiliar shapes. The language on signs was still alien, sharp, angular characters that made my eyes ache. Shops I remembered were gone, replaced by others with names I couldn't pronounce. The people, two faces that should have been familiar, were replaced by strangers with cold, unreadable expressions. I tried to find a cafe I visited last year, a small place on the corner of 5th and Maple, the one with the chipped blue awning. It wasn't there. Instead, a sleek, glass-fronted building with a name in the strange script stood in its place. I stepped inside, hoping for clues. The air was warm, scented with strong coffee and something else, an undercurrent of disinfectant, maybe. A man behind the counter looked up, his eyes sharp but empty, like he was waiting for something but didn't know what. "Excuse me," I said, forcing a smile. "Can you tell me where I am?" He blinked, hesitated, then answered in halting English, You are in the city." "Welcome." I nodded slowly. "Right. But which city?" He looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "City," he repeated. "You want coffee?" I left without it. Outside, the sky was heavy with clouds, the air sticky and thick. I walked aimlessly, trying to anchor myself in something, any landmark, any hint of familiarity, but the city refused to cooperate. My phone still dead, my calls unanswered, the notes warning echoing louder. That afternoon, I found a small public library. Its facade was cracked, the paint peeling like old scabs. Inside, the scent of paper and dust was comforting. I pulled a map off the rack, hoping to trace a route, to find a name I could hold on to. But the map was wrong. Streets curved where I knew them straight. Neighborhoods were missing. The city was a puzzle missing pieces, or maybe pieces swapped from another game entirely. I noticed a woman nearby, her hair pulled back into a tight bun, glasses perched on the edge of her nose. She was reading a book with a dark cover, the title in the same unreadable script. Our eyes met briefly, and she gave a small, tight smile, one that didn't reach her eyes. I tried to make conversation. "Excuse me, do you know what city this is?" She shook her head slowly. "It doesn't matter," she said, voice soft but firm. "Not really." "Why not?" She closed the book, stood, and looked out the window. "Because if you keep asking, they'll come for you. And then you won't have a choice." I frowned. "Who will come?" Her eyes darted away. "People who don't want us to know. People who rewrite the map while we sleep." I swallowed hard. The words felt like a warning and a promise all at once. "Look," she added, "just be careful. Don't trust the streets. Don't trust the faces. Find someone you know before it's too late." The library suddenly felt colder, the shadows longer. I left quickly, the woman's words spinning in my mind. That night, back in the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, with the flickering light and the hum of the air conditioner, I pulled out my laptop. I scoured the internet for flights back home, for news, for anything that made sense. But the networks were silent, or filled with stories I didn't recognize, headlines in languages I couldn't read, images from places I'd never seen. I tried calling my sister again. No answer. No voicemail. I left messages, one after another, my voice cracking with frustration and fear. Still nothing. I checked the note again. Stop looking. It was a command, but also a challenge. I was more determined than ever. Before sleep, I glanced out the window. The street lamp was still flickering, the rain now a steady curtain against the glass. A figure moved just beyond the pool of light, too still, watching. I blinked, and it was gone. Silence. Complete silence. I didn't know what I was running toward, or what was chasing me. But I knew this city wasn't mine anymore. And neither was I. The rain didn't stop. I closed the laptop with a snap, the screen's glow vanishing into the dimness of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. The note, "Stop looking," was still clenched in my hand. That command echoed in my mind, a warning, or maybe a threat. But I couldn't stop. Not now. Not ever. I paced the small cramped room, the threadbare carpet rough under my feet. The air conditioner groaned unevenly, spitting out bursts of stale, recycled air that smelled faintly of mildew and old sweat. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once, a sharp, lonely sound that broke the stillness. I swallowed hard. The dog's cry felt like a message, strange and out of place, a crack in whatever this city had become. I sat back down and pulled the note closer. The handwriting was jagged, hurried, but certain. Whoever wrote it knew more than I did. The thought tightened my chest. How much more was out there? How deep did this go? I tried to shake off the creeping dread. Maybe it was paranoia, exhaustion, the stress of being utterly lost. But then I remembered the faces, none familiar. The street signs, the shop names, the language twisted into strange symbols that refused to align with anything I'd ever seen. That wasn't just disorientation. It was a deliberate erasure. What if I wasn't just lost in a foreign city? What if I was somewhere else entirely, somewhere constructed to confuse me, to trap me? The room's single bulb flickered again, a stuttering heartbeat of light. I glanced at the door, half expecting it to creak open on its own. Nothing. Just silence. But that silence felt charged, like the calm before a storm. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. This wasn't the time for wild theories. I needed answers. I pulled the laptop back toward me and opened a fresh browser window. Still no recognizable news. Instead, websites loaded with strange scripts, images that looked like news reports but from places I couldn't place, dates that made no sense. One headline caught my eye, a photo of a crowded square filled with people holding signs. The language was unfamiliar, but the expressions anger, fear, confusion were universal. I clicked through, desperate for context. Then the page suddenly switched, replaced by a blank screen with a single sentence typed in stark black letters: "You cannot return." My hands trembled so badly I nearly dropped the laptop. The screen faded back to the strange news feed. I closed the laptop abruptly, my breath shallow and rapid. Whoever or whatever was behind this wasn't just watching. They were controlling. The thought made my skin crawl. I remembered the note again. Stop looking. Was it a mercy or a threat? Either way, it was clear. I couldn't go back. Not to my old life, not to the airport where I'd missed my flight, not to the world I thought I knew. That realization hit me harder than any physical blow. No flights home. No calls answered. No familiar faces to anchor me. I was beyond the point of no return. The room grew colder suddenly, the stale air replaced by a creeping chill that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to hold onto some fragment of warmth or sanity. I needed to move, to keep busy. Sitting here was a trap, a slow descent into madness. I grabbed my coat from the chair and slipped it on. The fabric was thin, barely protecting me from the damp chill seeping through the cracked window. I needed to get out. I needed to see the city again, to understand what had happened to it. Maybe if I kept moving, I'd find something, a clue, a sign, a hint that explained this nightmare. I stepped into the cramped hallway. The peeling paint smelled of damp plaster and neglect. The stairwell was dimly lit by a single bulb that buzzed incessantly, a low electric hum that grated on my nerves. I hesitated for a moment, listening. The silence was absolute. No footsteps, no voices, no distant traffic. I pushed open the door and stepped outside. The rain had softened to a drizzle, but the street was empty. The faint glow of neon signs flickered in the distance, but the characters were unreadable, curling and twisting like strange calligraphy. I recognized none of it. The familiar landmarks were gone, replaced by alien storefronts and deserted alleyways. I walked, each step echoing against the wet pavement. The city was quiet, too quiet. No chatter, no music spilling from cafes, no honking horns. Just a steady drip of water from eaves and gutters. I passed a newsstand whose headlines were printed in that same indecipherable script. The magazines displayed glossy photos of people I didn't know, smiling in unfamiliar poses. Faces that should have been friendly, but weren't. Somewhere nearby, a door slammed shut sharply, making me jump. I turned quickly, but saw only a narrow side street, slick with rain, disappearing into darkness. I tried to call my sister again. No answer. No voicemail. No connection at all. My phone battery was draining fast. I cursed myself for not bringing a portable charger. As I wandered deeper into the city, the unease grew. The streets twisted in ways they shouldn't, leading me in circles. I passed the same fountain twice, its chipped stonework slick with moss and rain. The water was murky, reflecting the cloudy sky like a broken mirror. I stopped at a small cafe, hoping for a moment of warmth or human contact. The bell above the door chimed faintly as I entered. The air inside was thick with the smell of coffee and baked bread, but the place was empty. Tables were set neatly, cups and plates waiting for customers who never arrived. Behind the counter, a man stood silently. He was middle-aged, with tired eyes and a face that seemed vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place him. He said nothing, only nodded once when I approached. "Do you know where I am?" I asked, my voice cracking. He shook his head slowly, his gaze steady but unreadable. "I mean, what city is this? What time?" My words stumbled over each other. "It's not like anywhere I've been. The signs, the language. Nothing makes sense." He looked at me for a long moment, then leaned in slightly, voice low and measured. "You're here because you had to be. Because you chose to come. Because you can't leave." I blinked, heart hammering. "I didn't choose anything. I'm trying to get home." He gave a faint smile, the kind that doesn't reach the eyes. "Home is a memory now. You're past that point." I backed away slowly. The doorbell chimed again as the wind pushed the door open. Outside, the rain had stopped. The streetlights flickered back on, but the city hadn't changed. I left the cafe, my mind spinning. The man's words echoed in my ears, sinking in. Could it be true? I walked faster, turning down side streets in search of something, anything that could help. Then I saw it. A small poster plastered to a lamppost, torn at the edges but still legible, written in a language I recognized only because it was English. It was an advertisement for a missing person. And the photo was me. My breath caught. I stared harder, the edges of the paper fluttering in the wind. If I was missing, then where was I? Who had put that poster there? And why? The streetlights flickered violently, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for me. The air thickened, and I realized I was now alone. A voice whispered from the darkness, soft but unmistakable, "You're already lost." I spun around. No one. Only the empty street, the rustle of leaves, and the distant hum of a city that refused to be known. I was beyond the point of no return. And the rain had stopped, but the air was still thick with the dampness of the night, sharp and cold against my skin as I stepped off the cracked pavement into the street. The flickering streetlight above cast long, jittery shadows that stretched and warped around the corners. My breath came out in short puffs, visible in the chill. I should have been relieved, but the silence felt suffocating, like the city was holding its breath. That man's words kept twisting through my mind. "You chose to come. You can't leave." I didn't know what to make of it. Was he some kind of mad prophet, or had I slipped into something I couldn't untangle? The idea gnawed at me, deep and persistent. What if this wasn't an accident at all? What if every stranger I'd passed, every sign I tried to read, had been part of some carefully constructed trap? I glanced back at the cafe. The door was still slightly ajar, creaking softly with the wind. Inside, the light was dim, the chairs empty. I should have felt a familiar kind of comfort standing there, but instead, I only felt more alone. My hands trembled as I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the fabric rough against my fingers. The streets were empty, except for a figure ahead. A woman, walking briskly with a purpose I couldn't identify. Her face was unfamiliar, her skin pale under the yellow haze of the streetlights. She glanced over her shoulder once, then quickened her pace. I thought about calling out, but my voice caught in my throat. Part of me wanted to follow, another part screamed to run. I swallowed hard and started walking after her, footsteps muffled by the wet asphalt. The city around me looked the same as before, buildings with unfamiliar names, shop windows filled with products I didn't recognize, the hum of distant traffic that didn't match any language I'd ever heard. But something about the way the woman moved, the way she glanced back, made me certain I wasn't just imagining things. "Wait," I said, voice low and hesitant. She didn't stop, but her eyes flicked toward me again, sharper this time. There was a coldness there that made my skin crawl. I almost turned away, but curiosity, or maybe desperation, kept me rooted. "Why am I here?" I asked, louder now. "Who are you?" She paused at a corner and finally stopped. Her breath came out in steady, shallow bursts. I noticed the scent then, something metallic, like rust and iron mixed with the faintest trace of something floral, almost sickly sweet. It made me dizzy. "You don't belong," she said, voice clipped but calm. "You shouldn't be here." My mind raced. Don't belong? What does that even mean? I wanted to argue, to say I was just a traveler lost in a strange city, but the words felt hollow. I was more lost than I'd ever been. "Can you help me?" I asked, stepping closer. "I just want to find a way out." Her eyes narrowed. "There is no way out. Not for you." That certainty hit me like a punch. My chest tightened, breath shuddering. I shook my head, struggling to keep my voice steady. "That's not true. Someone has to know. Someone has to be able to." The woman cut me off with a sharp gesture. "Listen carefully. You're being watched. Every move you make. If you try to leave, they'll come for you. Not with force, but worse." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "They'll erase you. From every memory, every place." I blinked, disbelieving. "Erase me? That's impossible." She looked at me then, her gaze piercing, unwavering. "Not impossible. They've done it before. People vanish and no one remembers them. You're already on their list." A cold sweat broke out across my back. The hairs on my neck prickled. I wanted to argue, to demand proof, but the woman turned and disappeared into a narrow alley before I could say another word. I stood there, heart hammering, the silence pressing in like a physical weight. My thoughts scattered and collided. Was I losing my mind? Had the stress finally broken me? Or was this some twisted form of control, people manipulating reality itself? I tried to steady my breathing, focusing on the rough texture of the brick wall next to me, the smell of wet stone and rot that clung to the alley. The distant sound of dripping water echoed, slow and rhythmic, a metronome against the chaos inside me. I had to move. I couldn't stay in one place, not with that threat looming. But where to go? Every street looked the same, every person a stranger, every language indecipherable. I pulled out my phone, hoping for the GPS to work, a signal, anything, but the screen showed only a blank map. No pins, no blue dot. Just empty blackness. I rubbed the screen, cursed silently. The battery was nearly dead. I needed to find a place to charge it, to figure out my next move. But the city felt like a maze designed to trap me. I walked without direction, heart pounding against my ribs, eyes scanning every shadow, every silent window. The tension was unbearable. I felt watched. I knew I was. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me, soft, quick, deliberate. I spun around. No one there. Just the empty street, slick with rain. I swallowed hard, heart hammering. Keep calm. Rational thoughts. But the pounding in my ears drowned out reason. I kept walking, faster now, senses on edge. A neon sign flickered overhead with strange symbols that twisted and glowed erratically. The light buzzed, casting eerie shadows on the cracked pavement. My fingers brushed against a lamp post, cold and damp. Then came the whisper. Not a voice, exactly. More like a breath, sharp and close, just behind my ear. I jerked my head around, nearly stumbling. Nothing. Silence. Complete silence. My legs felt weak. I leaned against a wall, gasping for air, hands pressed to my knees. The last light of day slipped behind the jagged skyline, and the city around me began to blur into shadows. I sat on the cracked stone bench of the park, the cold evening air seeping through my jacket, stiffening my limbs. The distant hum of unfamiliar voices rose and fell like a tide, but none of them spoke a language I could understand. I rubbed my hands together, trying to warm the numbness that had settled deep into my fingers. It had been weeks since I missed my original flight, the one that should have taken me home, and every city after that had been a puzzle missing its key. Streets rearranged, faces replaced, signs scribbled in scripts that twisted my tongue. I told myself it was exhaustion, jet lag, maybe even some kind of delirium. But the feeling in my gut, the quiet, insistent knot, said otherwise. I looked down at my hands. They were steady now, but the tremor was never far. I thought about the woman on the train 2 days ago, the one who smiled too knowingly and whispered something I almost caught but didn't want to hear. "You're not supposed to be here," she said. I'd laughed it off then, a hollow sound swallowed by the clatter of wheels on rails. Now, the words echoed louder than ever. I had traveled through cities that wore familiar names like masks, Paris, Rome, Berlin, but none of it felt real. Each place was altered just enough to unbalance me, like a photo slightly warped at the edges. No landmarks were quite right. No street signs matched any map I pulled from my bag. When I tried to ask for help, people responded with blank looks or hurried away, their eyes like shuttered windows. Tonight, the air smelled of damp concrete and exhaust, a metallic tang that reminded me of rainy mornings back home but wasn't quite the same. I pressed my palms to the cold stone beneath me, tracing the rough texture, grounding myself. "I have to figure this out," I whispered to the empty park. The realization hit me slowly, grinding like gravel beneath a wheel. I wasn't lost in the way you lose your keys or your wallet. I was lost in time, in place, maybe even in memory. But there was no time to unravel that now. I had to find something solid, something real. The bench creaked as I stood, the sound of sharp punctuation in the quiet. I scanned the park, an old fountain, its water sluggish and dark, a few lampposts flickering uncertainly. Then, near the entrance, a man sat on a bench, his silhouette outlined by the pale glow of a streetlight. He looked up as I approached, eyes sharp and assessing, but not hostile. "Lost?" His voice was calm, almost too calm. I hesitated. The urge to run was strong, but something in his gaze stopped me. "I'm not sure where I am," I admitted, voice low. He nodded slowly. "Most aren't. But you're not the first." That caught me off guard. "What do you mean?" He gestured to the empty space beside him. "Sit. I can tell you what I know." I sat, the bench cold beneath me. The man pulled a worn notebook from his coat, flipping it open with deliberate care. "I've been tracking this phenomenon, if you want to call it that. People disappearing, reappearing in places that look like home but aren't. It's been happening for years." I frowned. "Why me? Why anyone?" He shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe it's random. Maybe not. But you're here now, and that means something." The words settled over me like a shroud. I wanted to shake him, demand answers, but all I could do was listen. He spoke of patterns, subtle shifts in language, architecture, even weather. He'd mapped out routes that didn't exist on any official chart, places where reality seemed to thin, like paper worn too many times. "Have you found a way back?" I asked, hope flickering. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. No, not yet. But sometimes, if you stop trying so hard to leave, the place lets you stay. And maybe that's the point. I stared at the notebook, at the scribbled maps and notes in a language only half familiar. So, what do I do? Live, he said simply. Learn the rules. Find your anchors. People, places, things that remind you who you are. I thought about my phone, dead and useless here, the photos of my family I couldn't access. About the little cafe where the barista didn't recognize me, the hotel clerk who insisted I checked out days ago. About the flickering neon sign that spelled out words I couldn't read but somehow felt ominous. Will I ever go home? The question slipped out before I could stop it. He looked away, the streetlight casting half his face into shadow. Maybe. Or maybe home is where you make it. I swallowed hard. It was a cruel kind of mercy, that answer. A sentence without a period. The park emptied as darkness deepened. I stood, the chill creeping back into my bones. Thank you, I said, meaning it more than I wanted to admit. He nodded. Be careful. This place, whatever it is, it changes. And sometimes, it's not just the city that shifts. Outside the park gate, the city's strange pulse thrummed beneath my skin. I walked without direction, my footsteps echoing against the silent buildings. Somewhere, a dog barked, a sharp, lonely sound that cut through the night. The scent of rain lingered in the air, fresh and clean, as if the world was rinsing itself, preparing for something new. I paused beneath a flickering street lamp, watching the light sputter before steadying again. My reflection in the glass of a closed shop stared back at me, tired eyes, a face etched with confusion and fear, but also determination. I wasn't the same person who'd boarded that plane weeks ago. I wasn't even sure I was the same person who'd missed it. Something had shifted inside me, harder to see, harder to name than the streets around me. But I would learn the rules. I had to. Because if this was home now, I needed to belong. And somewhere, deep beneath the surface of this fractured world, I had to find a way back to myself. The night stretched on, endless and indifferent, but for the first time in a long while, I felt the faintest spark of something like hope. Step by step, I walked forward. Story 5, Frozen Threshold, Unearthing Icy Doorways. The snow had been falling for what felt like forever. My breath came out in ragged bursts, fogging the inside of my goggles. I wiped them with the sleeve of my parka and squinted toward the far shore, where the trees stood dark and skeletal against the light. I'd been out on this lake a dozen times before, sometimes alone for hours, and never once had I felt like the ice had anything more to say than the usual cracking and groaning under the weight of the winter. But today, something was different. It started when I noticed a strange outline near a cluster of frozen ridges where the ice had shifted unevenly. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or a trick of the light, but as I moved closer, the shape took on definition. A doorway. No, not a doorway like you'd find in a cabin or building, but something carved, precise and deliberate into the ice itself. The edges were sharp and smooth, the opening rectangular, like it had been shaped by tools rather than nature. I tapped the surface with my gloved hand. The ice was thick, solid, but the hollow beyond felt vast and empty. I crouched down and peered inside. Darkness swallowed the opening, but I could make out a faint outline of steps leading down, just barely visible. The air around it smelled weird, stale and cold, but also faintly metallic, like the scent of old machinery or rusted steel. I didn't want to be here. Not really. But curiosity tangled with a knot in my stomach that wouldn't let me look away. I pulled out my radio, pressing the button. Base, this is Harper. Got something hot on the lake. Possible man-made structure beneath the ice. Over. Static crackled. Copy that, Harper. Can you get a visual? Stay safe out there. Will do. I tried to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. The wind had dropped slightly, but the storm was still far from over. I reminded myself the ice could shift unexpectedly, and it wasn't just the cold that made this place dangerous. It was isolation. Being out here alone for too long was like inviting your own mind to start whispering things you didn't want to hear. I stood up slowly and looked around. The snow had already covered my tracks, erasing any sign I'd been here. The silence was thick, not peaceful. It pressed in around me, making the hairs on my neck stand straight. I could hear my own breathing and the faint rush of the wind, but nothing else. No birds, no animals, not even the distant crack of ice breaking somewhere far off. Why would someone carve a doorway into the ice? I muttered to myself, my voice sounding small and uncertain. Who would? The question hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence, unfinished. I remembered the stories I'd heard during my training, tales of expeditions lost to madness, research teams who disappeared beneath similar ice sheets, their last messages filled with confusion and despair. I didn't believe in ghosts or curses, but the idea of being trapped in a place where the cold gnaws at your mind until it breaks, that felt like a kind of horror all its own. I glanced back toward the shore, where the research station sat half buried in snow, its windows dark and empty. The building looked abandoned, but I knew better. People came and went on shifts, but today, no one was scheduled for a visit. Not that it mattered. The storm had cut off all travel. I was on my own. A sudden crack echoed from the ice behind me. My heart jumped. I spun around, eyes wide, shining my flashlight across the frozen surface. A long fissure had formed, jagged and threatening, splitting the ice with a sound like thunder rolling low and slow. The snow shifted again, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the ridge near the doorway, just a shadow, I told myself, but the breath caught in my throat anyway. I swallowed hard and forced my gaze back to the ice entrance. The steps beckoned, silent and dark. I should report this, wait for backup. But something in me, something stubborn and restless, wanted to see just how deep the hollow went. I knelt again and pressed my palm against the icy frame. The cold was sharper here, biting through gloves, seeping into my bones. A shiver ran down my spine, but I didn't move away. Harper, a voice crackled in my radio, distant but clear. You copy? What's your status? Still here, I said, voice low. I'm looking at a door in the ice. It's carved deep. Steps leading down. There was a pause. Are you sure? Could be a natural formation. Doesn't look natural. I could almost hear the concern in the voice on the other end, though they said nothing outright. Stay put. Wait for team. I nodded, even though no one could see me. Got it. The wind shifted again, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible sound like a low murmur or whisper, swallowed quickly by the storm. My hands trembled. I told myself it was just the cold, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was no longer alone on the ice. A sudden crack echoed beneath my feet, sharper than the rest, sending a jolt of adrenaline through me. I strained to listen, heart hammering, but the whispering wind masked everything. Then, a shadow flickered at the edge of my vision, too swift to be a trick of light. I swallowed hard, gripping my gear tighter. The storm didn't let up. Still there? The voice crackled again in my earpiece. My breath caught. The radio was spotty, buried beneath layers of snow and ice, but it was a lifeline. Yeah, I said, my voice low enough to keep the wind from stealing it. I'm going to try to get a closer look at the steps. See if there's anything inside. I swallowed hard. The words felt strange, like I was admitting something impossible, that I was going inside a door carved into the ice itself. "Copy that," came the cautious reply. "Be careful. We don't know what's down there." I nodded, even though I was alone. "Understood." The snow was packed hard around the entrance, but the ice steps were clear enough beneath the thin dusting of fresh powder. I knelt, brushing away the snow with gloved hands, then slid my foot onto the first step. It was colder than the surrounding ice, as if some hidden chill seeped from the depths below. The air grew heavier, drier, with a faint scent of metal and something else, a faint, acrid tang like burnt plastic. I winced. That wasn't right. Down and down I went, careful to keep my balance. The steps were carved with an exactness that was almost mechanical, too clean to be natural. After maybe 10 steps, I reached a landing, and then another flight spiraled off into darkness. I fished out my headlamp and clicked it on. The beam cut a narrow path ahead, illuminating rough walls of ice, but then something else. A door, not made of ice, but metal, rusted and pitted, set into the frozen wall. I reached out and touched it. The surface was rough, cold, and oddly warm at the same time, like it was holding onto some distant heat source. I tried the handle, but it didn't budge. Beneath the door was a narrow slit, maybe a vent covered with a fine mesh, and through it I heard a faint sound, a low groan, almost human. My breath hitched. I pulled back, heart thudding against my ribs. I whispered into my radio, "There's a metal door. Looks like part of a research station or something. I can hear sounds inside." "Say again?" The voice was sharper now, alarmed. "Sounds. Like someone, maybe not alive." I stopped. That sounded ridiculous even to me. "I don't know. I'm going to try to find another way in." The wind outside howled, sending sharp shards of cold through the ice. I forced myself to move, circling the chamber formed by the ice steps and walls. My fingers brushed against something cold and flat, an old, frozen plaque, half buried beneath snow and frost. I wiped it free and squinted at the faded lettering. Project Fenrir, Research Outpost Delta. The name didn't ring any bells, but the plaque was weathered, stained with rust and what looked like dried blood. My stomach churned. I crouched, pressing my palm against the ice floor. The cold was piercing, but beneath it, I felt a faint vibration, like a heartbeat, slow and irregular. I pulled out my phone, useless for signal, but good for notes, and jotted down what I saw: metal door, faint groans, rust-stained plaque with a cryptic name. The storm outside was relentless, and I knew the team wouldn't get here for hours. I was alone in this frozen tomb, and the silence was unbearable. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. What am I even doing? I muttered to myself. This isn't some adventure. It's a frozen grave. The groans came again, longer this time, like a lone moan caught in the wind. I strained to listen, heart hammering. The door shifted slightly, as if something pressed from inside. A sudden crack echoed through the chamber. Ice shifted beneath my boots. My hands trembled. I backed away, nearly tripping over a rusted pipe jutting from the wall. The sound wasn't just ice settling. It was deliberate, someone moving inside. I crouched behind a thick ice pillar, breath shallow. My headlamp illuminated scratches on the wall nearby, deep gouges, jagged and desperate. They weren't random. Someone had clawed at the ice, or the metal beneath it. "Hello?" I called softly, voice barely a whisper. "Is anyone there?" No answer. Just the storm and the groans, growing louder, more insistent. I pressed my ear to the door's vent. There was a voice, faint, broken, ragged. "Help, please." My skin prickled. The voice was human, but ragged and distant, like it had been trapped for a long time. "Who are you?" I whispered, unsure if I wanted a reply. "Delta, lost, alone," the voice cracked, barely audible. My mind raced. Delta. The name on the plaque. A research outpost. Had someone been trapped here? Was that groan from a desperate survivor? Or something else? I looked back toward the steps. The wind had picked up, battering the ice, making the whole structure shudder. I knew I wasn't equipped to break through the door, and calling for backup was useless with the radio interference. But I couldn't just leave. I pulled out my thermal camera, scanning the room beyond the door. Flickers of heat appeared, too many to be an animal, but too weak to be a group of people. Faint shapes, shifting in the shadows. A sudden gust slammed against the chamber, sending a spray of ice crystals into the air, catching the light like tiny stars. The sound was deafening, like the walls themselves might collapse. My legs shook, and I gripped the cold metal pipe again for balance. I spoke into the radio. "I'm going to try to find another entrance, see if I can get inside. If I don't check back in, send someone else." There was a pause. Then the voice came, steady but strained. "Understood. But be careful. This place has history. Not all of it is recorded." "What kind of history?" I asked, though I was already afraid to hear the answer. "Isolation. Madness. People trapped down there for weeks, months. The cold breaks more than bones." I swallowed hard. My breath fogged in the freezing air. "All right," I said. "I'm going to start looking." I moved along the ice walls, tracing the edges of the chamber, looking for cracks, vents, anything that might lead inside. The storm outside roared, but inside, the silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. Then, near the far wall, I saw it, another doorway, half hidden by a collapsed ice shelf. It was smaller, less obvious, but definitely man-made. A faint trail of footprints, frozen and brittle, led inside. I crouched, examining the prints. Too small for me, but recent. Someone had been here. Or maybe was still here. I pulled my jacket tighter, heart thudding. I wasn't sure whether to feel hope or dread. The door creaked open just a crack, revealing pitch black beyond. I didn't want to look in. But I did. And in that darkness, I saw a pair of eyes. Wide, unblinking, filled with a desperate kind of fear. The storm howled louder, and I realized this was no longer just about cold and ice. It was about survival. About what people do when trapped with nothing but the endless white outside and their own unraveling minds inside. I stepped back, breath catching, and whispered to the radio, "We need to get moving. This is worse than I thought." The storm wasn't just outside anymore. It was inside, too. And it was coming for all of us. The eyes didn't blink. Just stared. Cold, hollow, like two shards of ice locked in shadow. I swallowed, the dryness in my throat worse than the cold biting through my layers. My hand trembled on the edge of the door frame. I wanted to pull back. Tell myself I'd imagined it. But the footprints, small, fresh, were proof enough. Someone was here. Or had been. "Hello?" My voice cracked, swallowed by the darkness beyond the door. No answer. Only that silence, thick, suffocating. The storm outside howled, but inside, it was something else entirely, as if time had stalled and sucked the air from my lungs. I forced the door wider, inch by inch. The icy hinges groaned like a tired breath. The temperature dropped instantly, a chill that wrapped around my bones and clung like frostbite. Behind the threshold was a narrow passage, carved crudely into the ice, but with unmistakable signs of human hands, scratches, rusted metal bolts embedded in frozen walls, a faint trail of something dark smeared along the floor. I stepped in, boots crunching softly against the brittle ice. The faint smell of metal and old sweat hit me, stale, sour, the scent of humans confined and desperate. My breath fogged in the air, every exhale a ghost. The walls closed in, the passage twisting deeper into the frozen labyrinth. As I moved forward, the door slammed shut behind me with a sudden slam that echoed through the tunnel like a gunshot. The sound jolted me, my heart leaping, and in that moment, I realized there was no going back, not really. The storm outside was relentless, and with the door closed, I was cut off from the world I knew. Ahead, a dim light flickered. I blinked, adjusting. It wasn't electricity. No wires, no batteries. The glow was uneven, almost organic, like phosphorescence, but colder. I followed it, my fingers scraping the ice, my mind racing. Why would someone leave a light down here? And more importantly, why had those footprints led me this way? The passage opened into a cavernous chamber, the walls carved roughly but with purpose. Old equipment lay strewn about, an overturned chair, a broken thermometer, notebooks soaked in ice. A single, rusted heater sat in one corner, its grill frozen shut. The air smelled faintly of mildew and something sharp or fear. There were notes pinned to a cracked metal board. I brushed ice from the top sheet and squinted in the dim light. The handwriting was frantic, barely legible in places. Day 32. No contact. Voices in the ice. Shadows move. I can't trust my mind. The cold is eating away at me. Day 45. The others have broken. We are alone now. I hear footsteps behind the walls. Or maybe it's my own breathing. Day 51. I wrote this to remind myself I am still human. But I don't know what that means anymore. I swallowed hard. This wasn't just isolation. It was a slow, grinding madness. The cold, yes, but also the silence, the emptiness. I thought back to the eyes in the darkness, wide and unblinking. Were they someone trapped here, like the writer? Or worse, someone who had lost whatever grip on reality they once had? A noise behind me, soft, scraping against ice. My heart hammered. I spun around, breath catching. Nothing. Just shadows dancing in the flickering light. There had to be a rational explanation. Maybe a surviving animal, or the ice shifting with the storm. But then came a voice. Low, cracked, barely a whisper. You shouldn't be here. I froze. The sound was human, but ragged, fractured. Closer than I expected. I'm just looking, I said, trying for calm. I don't want trouble. Silence. Then footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing off the ice. I backed toward the entrance, but the door was shut tight. Trapped. The figure emerged from the shadows, a gaunt man in layers of tattered clothing, eyes wild but calculating. His skin was pale as the ice, lips cracked and dry. They don't like visitors, he said, voice like wind through a cracked window. Who are you? I asked, voice shaking despite myself. Once, I was like you. Searching. Hoping for answers. He laughed, but it was hollow, broken. Now I just wait for the cold to finish me off. I wanted to ask more, to understand how he'd survived, but my mind was reeling. The storm outside was still raging, the door sealed shut, and somewhere deep inside, a niggling thought took root: there was no rescue coming. Not for him. Not for me. Why did you stay? I asked, stepping closer despite the chill that bit through my jacket. He looked at me then, and for a moment, the madness flickered away, leaving only raw exhaustion. Because leaving means facing what's out there. But staying means facing what's inside you. I'm trapped between the two. I nodded, though I wasn't sure I understood. Isolation wasn't just about being alone in the cold. It was the endless echo of your own mind, turning on itself until you didn't know what was real anymore. Come with me, he said suddenly, turning toward a side passage. There's more. You need to see for yourself. I hesitated. The rational part of me screamed to turn back, to find safety before the madness took hold. But the other part, curious, stubborn, pushed forward. The passage was narrower, colder. The walls closed in tighter until I had to press my back against the ice to keep moving. Flickering lights appeared again, and then I saw them. Rooms. Small, claustrophobic spaces carved into the ice, each a frozen tomb. Beds with thin, shredded blankets, tables cluttered with journals and photos, strange diagrams scrawled on walls in trembling handwriting. In one room, a calendar marked off with red ink. The last date was crossed with a shaky hand, the day the last person vanished. In another, a journal left open on a desk. I crouched to read, fingers numb. They are watching me. Not outside. Inside. The walls breathe. The ice whispers secrets I cannot understand. I am losing myself. I closed the book, heart racing. This wasn't just a place of science or exploration. It was a prison, a slow descent into despair and madness, sealed away beneath the ice. Somewhere nearby, that same voice whispered again. You don't belong here. But now you're part of it. I swallowed hard, my breath shaking in my chest. There was no turning back. The storm outside had swallowed the world I knew. A thick silence hung over the town, broken only by the distant creak of ancient trees swaying in the wind. And yet, I kept moving forward. Because the only way out was to understand what had happened here. To face the darkness, both outside and within. The passage ahead narrowed, the faint sound of breathing echoing off the ice. I stepped closer, heart pounding, senses stretched tight. And then the door at the end creaked open. A figure stood silhouetted against the dim glow, a shadow waiting. I had crossed the point of no return. The voice lingered in my mind, cold and sharp as the ice pressing against the walls. You don't belong here. But now you're part of it. I swallowed, the words tasting bitter, like swallowing shards of frozen glass. The storm outside still howled, but inside the hollowed ice, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones was muffled, like a distant animal's growl through thick fur. I was trapped in a tomb crafted by desperation and madness, yet my feet carried me deeper. I stepped back into the narrow corridor, the weak glow of the flickering bulbs casting long, jittery shadows across the carved walls. The air smelled of damp wool, mildew, and something faintly metallic, old blood, maybe, or rust. My breath hung in white clouds as I moved, the temperature dropping with every step. The ice beneath my boots cracked faintly. I tried to ignore it, though the sound set my nerves on edge. My hands trembled, not from the cold alone. The journals, the photos, the scribbled diagrams, they weren't just records. They were cries for help, desperate attempts to make sense of isolation that had twisted the minds of those who came before me. And now, the same creeping madness was nudging at the edges of my thoughts. I reached a junction and hesitated. To the left, the corridor sloped down into deeper darkness. To the right, the faint sound of dripping water. I chose left, drawn by a mixture of curiosity and dread. The passage narrowed, forcing me to squeeze through a tight opening. The walls were slick with frost, and I had to press my palms flat against the ice to steady myself. A low hum started, barely audible at first, then growing louder, like a distant generator struggling to stay alive. I paused, listening. The sound was rhythmic, mechanical. A sign of power somewhere deeper inside? Or just a trick of the storm echoing through frozen tunnels? Then, a sharp clatter echoed ahead. I froze. The sound bounced off the walls, too deliberate to be ice settling. Something moved. Or someone. My heart hammered so loud I was sure it would betray me. I whispered, "Hello?" My voice cracked like dry wood. Silence. Complete silence. I swallowed hard, forcing myself forward. The corridor opened into a cramped room, lit by a single bulb that flickered erratically. The walls here bore the telltale signs of human presence: scratches, scrawled notes, and a crude drawing of a face with hollow eyes. A name was scratched underneath: Miller. The air was thick with the scent of stale sweat and something sour: spilled milk, spoiled. I scanned the room, noticing a small cot pushed against the wall, its blanket threadbare and stained. A journal lay on a rusted metal table, its pages yellowed and brittle. I opened it carefully, fingers numb, eyes straining to read the cramped handwriting. Day 47. The isolation is eating at us. The cold is relentless, but worse is the silence. No birds, no wind, no life. Just the ice and these walls closing in. Miller is worse today. He talks to shadows, blames the others for stealing supplies. I don't know how much longer I can keep him grounded. Day 48. Supplies are dwindling. The generator sputters more each day. The walls seem to breathe. I hear voices when no one is there. I'm not sure if it's the cold or the madness creeping in. The ice is unforgiving, but it's the silence that kills. My fingers trembled, the weight of those words settling like a stone in my chest. These weren't just notes, they were a slow unraveling, a mind fraying in the endless white. I shut the journal, the sound sharp in the heavy air. A sudden bang echoed behind me, and I spun around. The corridor was empty, but the light flickered violently, casting the room into intermittent darkness. My breath hitched. "Who's there?" I called, voice steadier than I felt. No answer. Just the hum of the failing generator. I forced myself to remember I was alone. Or at least, I hoped I was. Steeling my nerves, I moved back into the corridor, following the hum. The air grew colder still, frost forming delicate patterns on my jacket sleeves. The walls glistened with ice crystals, sharp and fragile. Then, a whisper, so faint I almost missed it. It came from the darkness ahead. A single word, barely audible: help. My pulse slammed against my ribs. I stopped, straining to catch the sound again. Nothing but silence. I debated turning back, but something deeper pushed me onward. The need to understand, to find whoever was calling out, outweighed the cold knot of fear tightening in my stomach. The passage opened into a larger chamber, and I blinked against the sudden harsh light flooding from a cracked panel overhead. The room was a mess, papers scattered, overturned furniture frozen in place like statues, and a thick layer of ice coating everything. A figure lay slumped against the far wall. My heart leapt. "Hey," I whispered, stepping closer. "Are you okay?" The figure stirred, head lolling forward, revealing a pale face framed by matted hair. Eyes wide, unfocused. The person blinked, then smiled, a slow, unsettling grin that didn't reach their eyes. "You shouldn't be here," they said, voice hoarse and brittle. "It's not safe." I took a hesitant step back. "Who are you? What happened here?" They laughed, a hollow sound that echoed off the ice. "We all came for answers. But the ice, it doesn't give." It takes. It holds you tight until you forget who you are. The words sent a cold shiver through me, deeper than the freezing air. Why didn't you leave? I asked, voice barely steady. They shrugged, gaze distant. Left. There's nowhere to go. The storm never ends. The ice shifts, hides the way out. And the voices inside the walls, they won't let you. I swallowed hard, the room suddenly feeling smaller, suffocating. Voices? They nodded slowly. Not ghosts. Not spirits. Just the mind breaking. Isolation, cold, hunger. It's a slow poison. It makes you see things, hear things. You start to believe the walls are alive. You're not alone. But you are. Completely. A sob caught in my throat. The figure's smile faltered, eyes suddenly sharp with desperation. You have to get out. Before it's too late. The storm had finally broken by the time I reached the edge of the last doorway. The wind had lost its bite, and the sky was bruised with the bruising light of a late afternoon sun, weak but insistent. For the first time in days, I could hear silence, not the static crackle of snow against fabric or the relentless groan of shifting ice, but something pure and strange. Stillness, deep and unsettling. I leaned against the warped metal frame of the entrance, my breath clouding in the cold air. The door itself was cracked open, the rusted hinges shrieking faintly as I pushed it wider. Behind it lay the hollow shell of the research station, one of the many I had stumbled upon in this frozen labyrinth. My fingers trembled, not from the cold, but from the weight of everything I'd uncovered. It was an impossible place, really. I'd come looking for answers, but what I found was a mirror of my own desperation. The walls were stained with the echoes of isolation, scratches on the table where someone had counted the endless days, a torn notebook left forgotten in the corner, and the faint, sour smell of canned food left to rot in the cold. It smelled like fear. Like madness. I stepped inside, boots crunching on broken glass and brittle plastic. The floor was slick with a thin layer of ice, and the faint orange glow of a dying battery-powered light flickered overhead, casting long shadows that danced just out of reach. I could hear the steady drip of melting ice somewhere deeper inside, a slow, patient rhythm that seemed to echo a heartbeat. The air was thick and heavy, like the room had been holding its breath for years. I ran my hand along the wall, feeling the rough plaster flake beneath my glove. It reminded me of the countless times I tried to hold myself together, scraping at the edges of my own sanity. I found a chair near a small desk piled with papers, yellowed and brittle. A hastily scrawled journal lay open, its pages filled with frantic handwriting. I knelt and read. I can't trust the others anymore, the entry began. Voices in the radio, shadows moving just beyond the ice. Maybe I'm losing it, or maybe they already have. We're trapped, and no one is coming. Not ever. The words hit me like a fist. I closed the book carefully and looked around. The station was a tomb for minds unraveling, people swallowed whole by the cold and their own fractured thoughts. And I could see now that the impossible doorways weren't just physical traps. They were mental ones. Invitations to a place where the storm outside was the least of the dangers. I remembered the faces I'd seen in my mind's eye, the ones I'd imagined in the snow hollow, desperate, lost in a place where hope was a brittle, fragile thing. They weren't ghosts. They were people. People who had been broken by the same isolation that nearly claimed me. A shiver ran down my spine, not from cold, but from understanding. I wasn't just an explorer or a survivor. I was part of their story now. A chapter in a long, bleak history of those who'd come here and lost themselves to the endless white. I stood, breathing slow and steady, tasting the cold metal of the door handle on my tongue as if to remind myself I was real. Outside, the sky was clearing, but the ice beneath my feet felt uncertain, as if it might give way at any moment. I knew I had to leave. The storm might have passed, but the danger was still here, inside me, inside the memories of those who disappeared before me. I took one last look at the station, the silent witness to so much despair, and stepped back into the snow. The air was sharper now, clearer. The sun was beginning to dip behind the distant ridge, casting long shadows that stretched across the frozen landscape like fingers reaching out. I pulled my coat tighter around me, the fabric rough against my skin. As I walked away, the door behind me creaked shut with a finality that echoed deep in my chest. I didn't look back. The isolation had not claimed me. Not completely. But it had left its mark etched in the lines around my eyes, in the way my hands shook when I stopped moving, in the quiet voice inside my head that whispered of all the things I'd seen and heard. I thought about the others, the ones who came before me and never left. I thought about the terrible loneliness that had driven them to madness, the cold that wasn't just outside, but inside their minds. And I thought about home. The trek back was slow. The snow was softer now, the ice less treacherous, but every step felt heavier, weighted with the knowledge that I had come face to face with something far worse than the storm. The human mind, stripped bare and left to wrestle with silence and cold. By the time I reached the edge of the forest line, where the trees stood like silent sentinels against the fading light, I was exhausted in a way I hadn't expected. My breath came in ragged bursts, and my legs ached as if I'd carried an invisible burden for miles. But I was still standing. Still moving forward. A small, distant sound caught my attention, a low, mournful howl, not the howl of a wild animal, but something lonelier. I paused, listening. The wind carried it away, swallowed it whole. I shook my head, forcing the chill out of my thoughts. I had to keep going. Somewhere behind me, the snow whispered against the doorways I'd closed. I didn't know if anyone would find them again, or if the next explorers would be swallowed by the cold and the silence just like those before me. But I did know this: I had survived. And that mattered. When I finally broke through the tree line, the world opened up to me in ways I hadn't expected. The snow no longer felt like a trap but a vast, indifferent expanse. The sky stretched wide, the stars beginning to prick the darkening blue. There was no monster in the ice, no shadow waiting in the doorways, only people. People like me, fragile and searching. I thought about the journal again, about the words left behind in a place where hope was scarce. I wanted to believe they had been warnings, not curses. I had a lifetime of cold ahead, but I also had a choice, to let it break me or to let it teach me something about endurance, about the strange and stubborn flicker of life that refuses to go out. I pulled my scarf up over my face, the ruffle rubbing against my cheek, and took a deep breath of the crisp, clean air. The snow crunched beneath my boots, steady and sure. I was done running from the darkness inside and out. The journey back wouldn't be easy. I knew that. But I was ready. And this time, I wouldn't disappear. Silence. Complete silence. I walked on. Story 6, Haunted Lessons, Chalkboard Warnings Unseen. The old schoolhouse sat at the edge of town like a secret nobody wanted to share. I'd passed it 100 times on my way out of town, its windows dark and vacant, the paint peeling in long, cracked strips that curled like dead skin. The air around it always smelled faintly of damp wood and something else, something sour and sourer the closer I got. I never stopped. I never really thought about it much. Just an old building, empty, forgotten. But that evening, something made me pull over. I was driving home from work, the sun already dipping behind the hills, when I noticed the sky bleeding into shades of orange and purple that caught in the broken glass of the schoolhouse windows. The fading light made everything look sharper, more alive somehow, The wind had picked up, stirring dry leaves into little whirlpools around the cracked steps. I sat in my car for a moment, listening. The quiet was so thick that even the distant bark of a dog sounded intrusive. I've always been curious about places like this. Not because I'm brave or anything, I'm not, but because I can't shake the feeling that empty buildings are like frozen moments in time. If you listen carefully, they speak. Not out loud, obviously. You have to strain to catch the whispers. I told myself I was just looking, just trying to understand why the schoolhouse had shut down so suddenly, why no one ever talked about it. I figured it wouldn't hurt to walk around the perimeter. The air smelled colder near the building, damp with the scent of moss and something faintly metallic, old paint, maybe, or rust. I stepped out of the car, the gravel crunching underfoot, and approached the main entrance. The door was boarded up, but one of the planks had rotted away, leaving a gap just wide enough for me to slip through. Inside, the air, cold and heavy with silence, was thick with dust and silence. The smell was sharper now, chalk, stale air, and something cloying I couldn't name. The floor creaked beneath my sneakers, and a faint draft whispered through cracked window panes. I squinted into the dim light filtering through the grime, my eyes adjusting to the shadowed corners where the walls were mottled with peeling wallpaper and faded posters. Alphabet letters, a smiling sun, a list of classroom rules in neat, looping handwriting. I crouched down, brushing away a layer of dust from a wooden desk. The surface was rough, scratched with initials and little doodles, hearts and stick figures. I traced a finger over one of the carvings, feeling the roughness, the weight of years. That's when I heard it, a soft thud, distant but distinct. My breath caught. I froze. Probably just a loose shutter banging against the wall. But the sound didn't repeat. It was too deliberate for the wind. I told myself it was nothing. I wasn't about to get jumpy over creaks and groans in an empty building. I stood and started to move toward the main hallway, the old linoleum tiles cracked and curling at the edges. Faint light spilled in from a skylight above, illuminating dust motes swirling in slow, lazy spirals. Down the hallway, I noticed a door slightly ajar, the first one not boarded up. It led to what looked like a teacher's lounge or an office. I hesitated. The air coming from inside smelled different, sour, like forgotten sweat or spoiled milk. My skin prickled, but I pushed the door open. Inside, the small room was cluttered with broken furniture, stacks of yellow papers, and an overturned filing cabinet. My eyes landed on a small pile of journals lying on the desk, their leather covers cracked and stained. I was drawn to them, curious despite the knot tightening in my stomach. I picked up the top journal and flipped it open. The handwriting was neat, deliberate, almost obsessive. The pages were filled with lesson plans, schedules, and notes detailed to the point of fixation. One entry caught my eye, Day 3. The children have not eaten since Monday morning. They are restless but compliant. Lesson on fractions went longer than expected. Their endurance is remarkable. No signs of weakness allowed. The words made a cold bead of sweat trickle down my neck. I blinked. Maybe I was reading things wrong, or maybe this was some strange experiment in education gone awry. Still, the idea of children trapped inside, deprived of food, kept from leaving for days, unsettled me more than I cared to admit. I put the journal down quickly, the pages rustling too loudly in the quiet room. My heart had started to race, and I realized I wasn't alone. I know how that sounds. A soft shuffle behind me, almost inaudible, like a breath held too long. I spun around. Empty room. Just shadows stretching across peeling wallpaper. Hello? My voice sounded small, even to me. No answer. I grabbed the journals and stuffed them into my bag, my hands trembling. The air felt heavier now, like the weight of those words pressed down on the room itself. I wanted to leave, but a strange compulsion kept me rooted, as if the schoolhouse was watching, waiting. Outside, the wind had died down. The last light slipped away, and the schoolhouse became a dark silhouette against the night sky. I got back into my car, the engine's hum suddenly too loud. My fingers tapped the steering wheel a little too fast. I glanced at the journals sitting on the passenger seat. I could have left them there, no one would care. But something about them felt important. Dangerous, even. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't the only one interested in what was left behind in that schoolhouse. That whatever had started there wasn't finished. And that someone else was still inside, waiting. The dashboard clock glowed 11:47 p.m., its orange digits flickering like a warning. I pulled one out, the leather cover cracked and worn, pages smelling of dust and old paper. The handwriting inside was neat but cramped, words spilling over the margins as if the writer was racing to capture every thought. I flipped to a random page, June 14th, 1979. The words chilled me before I even read them. Today, a breakthrough. The children responded well to the new curriculum. Discipline is strict but necessary. Their minds will sharpen like blades. Hunger is not weakness, it is focus. I swallowed hard. Hunger. Focus. That explained the stories I'd heard from old-timers, the rumors about students trapped, unable to leave, forgotten for days. My fingers trembled, but I kept reading. The journal belonged to Mr. Harlow, the school's last teacher before it closed. Obsession bled from every entry. He wrote about immersive learning, detachment from physical needs, and mental endurance. He believed starving the children, locking them in the schoolhouse, made them smarter, stronger, better. Outside, a sudden gust rattled the car. I jumped, heart thudding. I wasn't alone. I knew it before I saw the shadow moving near the edge of the treeline. I locked the doors, breathing hard. The headlights barely reached the figure, but I caught the glimpse of a coat, too bulky for the mild spring night. The shape paused, watching. Waiting. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I tried to tell myself it was just some drifter, maybe a local curious about the bright light in the car. But it didn't feel right. I reached for my phone, dead battery. Of course. My pulse sped up. The journals were in the back seat. I told myself to stay calm. No sudden moves. A tap. On the window. I jumped again. The figure vanished, swallowed by the shadows as quickly as it came. I didn't wait any longer. I peeled out, tires throwing gravel, headlights cutting through the darkness as I left the schoolhouse behind. Morning came with a dull ache and the bitter taste of cold coffee. The journals lay spread across my kitchen table, the edges curled and fragile. My apartment smelled faintly of mildew and paper dust. I ran a hand through my hair, staring at the pages. I had to know more. The entries grew darker as I flipped through them. Mr. Harlow's writing became erratic, almost manic. He described locking the children in the classrooms, cutting off food and water for days to break their will and forge intellect. He wrote about the silent hours, when the children whispered secrets, begged, cried everything he ignored. One passage was scrawled in a different ink, almost a note pinned to the margins. They're still here. Watching. Waiting. The work is not done. I shivered. The handwriting was different, not Mr. Harlow's neat script, but jagged and rushed. Someone else had been in the schoolhouse, someone who shared his obsession. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. You shouldn't dig. They're still watching. I dropped the phone. The message burned in my mind. What had I stumbled into? Later that day, I met with Claire, a local historian who'd helped me verify the schoolhouse's history. She looked up from her notes as I laid the journals on the table between us. "I never knew Harlow was this extreme," she said, voice low. "He was already unpopular before the school closed. Parents complained, but no one realized how bad it was." Claire's eyes flicked to the window, the sky gray and threatening rain. "There's something else," she added. "A few years after the school shut down, there were reports of kids disappearing near the edge of town. No one linked it to the schoolhouse, but maybe they should have." I swallowed. "Do you think someone else took over after Harlow?" She shrugged, but there was a tightness in her jaw. "I don't know. But if someone wanted to finish his work, well, that's a nightmare waiting to happen." We went over the journals together, trying to piece timelines and names. There were no clear answers, only more questions. The more I learned, the heavier the weight of the past pressed down on me. That night, sleep evaded me. The apartment felt too quiet, the shadows too long. I kept hearing small sounds, a creak in the floorboards, the scrape of something outside my window. I told myself it was the old building settling, or maybe the wind. But I wasn't sure anymore. At 2 a.m., a faint tapping came from the front door. Slow, deliberate. I froze, listening as it stopped. Then silence. Complete silence. I didn't answer. The next morning, a note slipped under the door. "Stop looking where you'll be next." I crumpled it, the paper stiff and cold against my palm. My hand shook, but I couldn't stop now. There was someone else in town, someone who didn't want the past uncovered. Someone who maybe still believed in Harlow's twisted lessons. I realized then the danger wasn't just history. It was alive, breathing, waiting for me to make my next move. And I wasn't sure I wanted to know what that move would cost. I tucked the note into my pocket, heart pounding. Every shadow seemed to watch, every silence thick with threat. Yet, the truth called louder than fear. I didn't sleep that night. Morning came gray and heavy, the kind of dull light that made everything feel damp, cold, and just a little rotten. I stayed inside, pacing the cracked linoleum floors, running my fingers over the worn wooden desks, tracing the faded chalk marks that Harlow's students had left behind. The journals I'd found the day before lay open on the teacher's desk, their thin pages fragile under my fingertips. I was drawn to them like a moth to flame, even though the flame threatened to burn me. The first few entries were routine lesson plans, lists of students, notes on behavior. But as I read further, the tone shifted. Obsession crept in, like a dark stain spreading through the ink. Days marked by strict schedules, punishments for leaving the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, and repeated instructions never to leave the classroom. One passage caught my eye. They must learn to endure. Hunger and thirst are tests. Only the truly disciplined will emerge transformed. No exceptions. No mercy. I swallowed hard. The air felt thick suddenly, as if the walls themselves were pressing in, trying to smother me with the weight of those words. Then I heard it, the distant scrape of something heavy dragging against the gravel outside. I froze. My breath hitched. The sound stopped. Silence again. But now it wasn't just quiet. It was deliberate, like a held breath waiting to explode. I knew I should leave. I should pack up everything, call someone, run far away from this place that smelled of stale sweat and forgotten nightmares. But I didn't. Instead, I found myself heading toward the basement stairs, the ones I hadn't dared explore yet. The door to the basement was cracked open, just enough to let in a sliver of cold air that smelled like mold and old earth. The faint hum of the town drifted up, mingling with the musty scent. I gripped the railing, the wood splintered and rough beneath my fingers. Each step creaked beneath me like a warning. At the bottom, the beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing rows of empty shelves and rusted metal cabinets. Papers and broken desks were strewn about, but something else caught my eye, a small wooden box tucked under a pile of debris. I knelt and pulled it free. Inside were more journals, thicker and older. The handwriting was jagged, desperate. The teacher's voice now cracked with something close to madness. One entry stopped me cold. They whispered last night. The eyes in the walls watch. I hear footsteps that no one else hears. But they obey. They cannot leave. Not yet. The lessons must continue. I ran my hand over the rough paper, the words blurring with my own racing pulse. What was he talking about? Eyes in the walls? Footsteps? Was it paranoia or something worse? Then I heard it again, a faint tapping, softer this time, coming from the far end of the basement. My heart slammed against my ribs. I wasn't alone down here. I swallowed hard. Hello? My voice cracked, thin as a thread. No answer. Just the tapping, slow, steady. A shadow shifted near the doorway. I spun around, flashlight raised, but there was nothing. Just the empty hallway stretching behind me. I wanted to believe it was a trick of the light. A rat, maybe. But the air felt charged, electric. I could almost taste the tension, metallic, bitter. I backed toward the stairs, eyes darting. Then I caught movement in the corner of my vision, a figure slipping silently through the cracked door at the top of the stairs. Wait, I called out, voice shaking. Who's there? No reply. I stumbled up the stairs, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst free. At the top, the hallway was empty. The front door locked tight. No sign of anyone. But then I saw it, the note from before, pinned to the bulletin board by the entrance. Another message scrawled beneath the first, this one in shaky handwriting. You can't leave now. The lesson isn't over. A cold wave washed over me. The schoolhouse wasn't just a relic. It was a trap. Someone was here, watching me, waiting for me to cross a line I couldn't uncross. Maybe they'd been here all along, lurking in the shadows, making sure Harlow's twisted legacy lived on. I tried the front door. Locked. Deadbolt jammed. I didn't want to panic. I told myself there had to be another way out. The back exit was boarded up years ago. Windows were nailed shut, thick layers of grime blocking any chance of breaking through. I checked every door, every window. No escape. I was trapped. That's when it hit me. I wasn't just trespassing anymore. I was part of the story. Part of the lesson. I sank against the wall, the note crumpled in my hand. My mouth was dry, throat tight. My mind raced. Who was this other person? What did they want? And how far were they willing to go to make sure I stayed? The silence stretched. Then, from somewhere deep within the school, I heard the faintest whisper. Not quite a voice, just a breath of sound that sent chills through my spine. Learn. I blinked, swallowing the lump in my throat. The word felt like a command, a promise, and a threat all at once. I wasn't sure anymore if I wanted to find the truth. But I knew one thing for certain, there was no turning back. The lesson had begun, and I was trapped inside its walls. The whisper slipped through the stale air again, softer this time, like a silk thread brushing past my ear. I couldn't move. The note balled tight in my fist, the paper damp with sweat. My throat was dry enough to make swallowing a chore. The smell of dust and mildew filled my nose, thick and choking, mixed with something else, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. Blood? Old? Or fresh? I tried to dismiss it, but it clung to me like a bad memory. I forced myself to stand, legs shaky but steady enough to step forward. The hall stretched before me, its peeling paint and broken tiles illuminated by the weak beam of my flashlight. The sound of my breathing filled the silence, sharp and shallow. I needed to find the source of that voice. Or whatever it was. The note's handwriting had been precise, almost clinical, but the voice was cruelly casual, like a teacher bored with a class that wouldn't pay attention. "Who are you?" I whispered, voice cracking. No answer. Just a distant drip of water somewhere beyond the darkened hallway, a slow, steady plop that made the silence feel even heavier. The journals. I thought about the journals again, the teacher's voice spilling from their pages, obsessive, relentless, trapping children in lessons without food or water. And now, someone else was watching. Waiting. Maybe even following me. Every instinct screamed at me to leave. But my feet kept moving anyway. I took a left at the end of the hall, the floorboards groaning underfoot. The air turned colder here, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and refuses to let go. My flashlight flickered once, twice, before steadying. A draft whispered past, carrying with it a faint scent of burnt paper and something else, something alive. I stopped outside a classroom door, the faded sign above it reading room 7. The door hung slightly ajar. I pushed it open with a creak, stepping inside. Desks were upended, papers scattered like forgotten memories across the floor. The blackboard was smeared with chalk dust, but something was scrawled in the corner, barely visible. Study. Endure. Survive. I swallowed hard. Those words felt like nails scratching under my skin. In the far corner, a faint light flickered. A cell phone screen? No. It was an old lantern, battery-powered but struggling. I edged closer, heart hammering so loud I was sure it would give me away. Then I heard it, the soft, deliberate tap of footsteps behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Just the peeling wallpaper swaying slightly in the draft. "Stop hiding," a voice murmured from the shadows, low and weary but with a razor edge. "You're already part of this." My breath hitched. The voice wasn't the whisper anymore. It was real. Close. Human. I backed toward the door, but the hallway beyond was swallowed in darkness. No light, no sound except my own ragged breathing. "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to sound braver than I felt. "What do you want?" Silence. The kind that presses down on your chest and makes every second stretch endlessly. Then, a slow, deliberate clapping. Soft. Polite. Mocking. "Bravo," the voice said. "You read the journals. You came here. You think you can understand." I swallowed the lump in my throat, trying to steady my shaking hands. "I don't want to play your game." "Oh, but you're already playing," the voice said, stepping into the faint glow of the lantern. A figure, thin and pale, with eyes too bright in the dark. "You just don't know the rules yet." I blinked, trying to place the face. No mask, no disguise, just a person, but something about them felt wrong. Too calm. Too controlled. "Why?" I asked. "Why do this? Why trap people?" The smile was slow and cold. "Because lessons aren't learned in comfort. They're earned through endurance." A shiver ran down my spine. The air grew heavier, as if the walls themselves were closing in. I knew then I wasn't dealing with a ghost or a nightmare. This was someone real, someone who believed in this twisted idea of education enough to keep it alive. I had to get out. But the door slammed shut behind me before I could move. My heart slammed against my ribs, breath caught in my throat. The room plunged into darkness, the lantern sputtering and dying. Silence. Complete silence. Then the voice, inches from my ear, whispered, "Let's begin." A cold finger traced along my neck, sending a shiver down my spine despite the stifling heat. I forced my eyes to adjust to the blackness, straining to see any shape, any movement. The voice was calm, methodical, like a teacher settling down to deliver a lesson one I never signed up for. "Answer me this," it hissed. "What is the first rule of this place?" I swallowed hard, scrambling for any semblance of control. "Survive," I whispered, voice barely audible. "Good," it replied, tone almost approving. Then footsteps shuffled closer, slow and deliberate. Something cold brushed my hand. Paper? A book. My fingers closed around it, trembling. Opening it to the faintest glimmer of moonlight seeping through a crack in the boarded window, I recognized the brittle pages, a ledger filled with names and dates, records of those who had come before me. I wasn't the first to be trapped here. The walls seemed to breathe, and the weight of countless unseen eyes pressed in. The voice whispered again, "Class is in session." The air was thick, stale with the scent of old paper and damp plaster. I should have felt relief when the voice faded, but instead, there was a hollow ache, as if the schoolhouse itself inhaled, waiting for the next breath. The ledger told me everything: the teacher's twisted lessons, the students trapped for days, the hunger that gnawed at their resolve, and the silence that was never truly silent. I traced a faded name with my fingertip, the ink smudged with time and tears. I wasn't alone in this nightmare. Not by a long shot. The cold crept under my skin, but I didn't move. I couldn't. There was something sticky in the air, cold and heavy with silence, a mixture of dust, rot, and something else I couldn't place. Fear? Regret? Or maybe the memory of all those trapped souls. I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and iron filling my mouth. My throat was raw, the dry air scratching it with every breath. I forced myself to stand, the floorboards groaning beneath my weight. The ledger slipped from my hands and fell open on the floor, pages fluttering like the wings of a trapped bird. I bent down, fingers brushing over the words that seemed to pulse with urgency. This wasn't over. Someone else was here. Someone who hadn't just inherited the madness, they wanted to finish it. To complete the lesson. I could feel their presence now, a cold certainty prickling at the back of my neck. The schoolhouse wasn't just a building. It was a trap, a cage, and I was a mouse caught in the maze. But I wasn't going to be prey. Slow, deliberate steps echoed from the hallway. A figure emerged from the shadows, a silhouette, tall and thin, hands tucked into the pockets of a worn jacket. The light caught their face for a brief moment, sharp and unreadable. The eyes were dark, but not empty. Determined. "You shouldn't be here." The voice was soft, almost tired, but with an edge that cut through the silence like glass. "They never should have let you in." I swallowed the lump rising in my throat. "I've read the journals," I said, voice steadier than I expected. "I know what happened. I know what you're trying to do." My chest tightened, but I held my ground. "It's over." A bitter smile flickered across their lips. "Over? No. Not yet." The words hung in the air, heavy as the dust motes dancing in the dim light. For a moment, we just looked at each other, two strangers bound by the same twisted history. Their eyes flicked to the ledger on the floor, then back to me. "You think you can stop it? You don't even understand the rules." I clenched my fists, knuckles white against the rough plaster walls. "Try me." They stepped closer, breath shallow, eyes glinting with something that wasn't quite madness but something close. Rule 1. Survival isn't about strength. It's about control. Control what you fear, or it controls you. I nodded slowly, the pieces falling into place, the endless lessons, the starvation, the isolation. Control. That was the real lesson. Not the curriculum, not the textbooks, but the raw, brutal command of will. I swallowed again, feeling the dryness scrape my throat. Then I'm done being your student. The figure hesitated, then nodded once. Maybe you've learned something after all. The tension in the room didn't break completely, but the edge dulled. They turned, footsteps fading back into the darkness, leaving me alone with the ledger and the ghosts of lessons past. I sank to the floor again, tracing names, dates, small notes scribbled in margins. Names like Sarah, Thomas, Ellie, children who had vanished without a trace, swallowed by the obsession of a man who taught too well. Their stories were written in pain and silence, but now they had a witness. Morning crept through the cracks in the boarded windows, pale and hesitant. I stayed there, letting the light wash over the dust and decay, feeling the weight of what I'd uncovered settle deep inside me. The schoolhouse had tried to break me, but I was still here. Still breathing. Outside, the world was waking up, indifferent to the horrors buried at its edges. I stepped out into the cool morning air, the sun warming my face, the distant sound of a dog barking somewhere down the road. The ledger was tucked under my arm, a heavy reminder that some lessons never truly end. I knew the town would never look at that old school the same way again. Neither would I. The past had a way of clinging to you, like dust on skin, impossible to brush away completely. But I was free now, or as free as I could be. And maybe that was the hardest lesson of all. I walked slowly toward the cracked pavement, each step echoing memories I wasn't sure I wanted to carry forward. The ledger felt heavier now, not just with ink and paper, but with the weight of untold stories and long-buried truths. Somewhere deep inside, a part of me whispered that closure was a myth, that some chapters only pause, waiting for us to pick them up again. But for today, I would let the morning light fill the spaces those memories had hollowed out. As the breeze rustled through the trees lining the street, I realized that freedom wasn't about forgetting, it was about finding peace amid the fragments left behind. The quiet hum of the city began to swell around me, the usual cacophony softened by the calm I carried within. I slipped the notebook into my bag, feeling its familiar shape press against my side, a reminder that stories, like scars, never fully fade. They just become part of who we are, etched beneath the surface. I glanced up at the sky, now streaked with the soft pinks and golds of dawn, and for a moment, I let myself imagine what lay ahead. Not a destination, but a direction, a way forward carved by intention rather than circumstance. The past, with all its tangled threads, didn't have to define the next page. There was a subtle courage in that thought, a quiet rebellion against the weight of regret. I breathed in deeply, the air crisp and full of possibility, and started walking. Each step felt lighter, as if I were shedding more than just the remnants of yesterday, maybe even the fear of what tomorrow might bring. I wasn't sure where the path would lead, but the horizon stretched wide and open, inviting me to write whatever came next. And this time, I promised myself, the story would be mine,